Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to the October 11th meeting of the Charles County Board of Education. Can we please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon to everyone. We'll start off the meeting with an update from our superintendent, Dr. Navarro.
Good afternoon, Chairperson Lucas, Vice Chairperson Wilson, board members, staff, guests here with us today, as well as those of you watching virtually. I am using my report time today to highlight a few important events coming up soon. First, I want to acknowledge a special group of Charles County Public School educators, our principals. October is National Principals Month, and I appreciate the dedication and commitment of each principal who oversees their respective school. Annually, we honor CCPS principals who go above and beyond to support students and their school communities. Please check out the Charles County Public Schools social media accounts for features highlighting our wonderful principals throughout the month. One of the most challenging and rewarding jobs for sure. As we move toward the end of Hispanic Heritage Month, I invite the community to join me for a panel discussion this Thursday, October 13th at Thomas Stone High School. The event starts at 5:30 p.m. and the panel will highlight the Hispanic community of Charles County and the DMV. Panelists include Gustavo Torres, who is the Executive Director of CASA, Blanca Avila, a longtime CCPS Spanish interpreter, Pascal Small, a CCPS parent, and Kiara Cruz, a senior at Thomas Stone High School. I look forward to seeing the community at the event. I also want to share that I recently met with Charles County Sheriff Troy Berry to continue conversations about school safety. The sheriff and I recently recorded an important video message about drug use awareness. And as we head near the holiday season in which candy and other items may be shared at home or brought to school, we wanted to emphasize the importance of talking to children about drugs and edibles. The video includes resources for parents and community members that can be used to help them talk with children about making safe choices. The video is posted to school system social media platforms and our YouTube channel. While I am on the topic of safety, I encourage parents, staff, community members, and students to join Charles County Public Schools officials at 6 p.m. on Monday, October 17th for a community conversation about safety. This event is virtual through Zoom, and anyone joining must have an active Zoom account to join. Meeting details include the access link and are posted on the latest news section of ccboe.com. Topics can also be submitted in advance of the meeting, and a link to submit topics and/or questions is posted with the meeting information on our website. On Wednesday, October 19th, Charles County Public Schools will highlight Unity Day in recognition of October as National Bullying Prevention Month. Please plan to wear orange on Wednesday to show your support of kindness, acceptance, and inclusion to prevent bullying. I want to also share information about a few upcoming events and ask the community members to mark their calendars. This week is National School Lunch Week. As part of the school system's commitment to ensuring children have healthy meals and learn about physical fitness and nutrition, we are partnering with several agencies to host a Healthy Kids initiative on Saturday, October 22nd at North Point High School. Please watch our website for more information. Coming in November is the start of information sessions about early college programs and dual enrollment opportunities. For the 2023-2024 school year, a reminder that the early college program will expand to high school juniors and seniors at all 7 high schools. Our partner in the program, the College of Southern Maryland, will be hosting information sessions. And we know that our first information session will actually be on November 2nd, and we'll make sure to post that in our social media to discuss the early college and additional dual enrollment opportunities. Thank you to our staff and community for your unwavering commitment to our students and for your continued support of Charles County Public Schools.
Thank you very much, Dr. Navarro. At this time, we'll have correspondence from board members. Ms. McGraw.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone, and I just would like to start by saying thank you to Dr. Navarro for offering us the opportunity to attend the Bounty of the County. Not only was it a very nice social event, but it was a great opportunity for us to interact with members of the business community to showcase our apprenticeship programs. So it was a really nice affair. Secondly, I want to mention that some of my colleagues and I attended the MABE conference, annual conference last week, and I certainly hope that a lot of us learned many things. But I want to give some kudos to our board member, Amira. Amira was part of the student panel on the very last day, and she did an outstanding job. Very, very proud, and we expect to hear lots more from you at our meeting. So thank you so much for representing Charles County in such a wonderful way. And lastly, I just want to mention I represented our county. I was representing Maine, but as well I was representing our county at a work group on post-secondary education. Apparently, some of our legislators are concerned about the number of students that are not attending college directly after graduation. So Dr. Navarro assisted me in gathering some information to be able to share with them about other pathways that are available right now to not only just go to college, but to enter the workforce as well. So I look forward to the, actually that work group report has to be done by December, so I look forward to that report to see what the outcome is from around the state. So thank you.
All right. Thank you very much, Ms. McGraw. Ms. Wilson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to echo my colleague's sentiment about bounty in the county, and I think this is a wonderful partnership that we are trying to expand with the Chamber of Commerce, because we need our businesses in the community. It was a very nice event, and as my colleague has already alluded to, we just got back from the Maryland Association of Board of Education's conference, which was held in Annapolis. And yes, our very own student board representative did an exceptional job as a panelist. But I also want to publicly thank Mr. Lowndes, who gave an excellent presentation on teaching practices within Charles County Public Schools. It was very well received. There was a lot of questions, and as conference co-chair, I got a lot of positive feedback from your presentation. So I alluded to how busy you were because you do such important things. And when we have a representative from the school to go out and present before all of our colleagues in the state of Maryland, you illustrate how well Charles County Public Schools. So it was a badge of courage to see you give that presentation. So thank you again for a job well done. But lastly, I just wanted to acknowledge publicly and congratulate a colleague that just finished her term as president of the Maryland Association of Board of Education, and that is our very own Virginia McGraw.
Thank you.
Her tenure ended on Saturday, and she has served us well in a huge responsibility. President for the entire association, including 24 jurisdictions. And we had the previous president that went back decades. So congratulations and job well done, President McGraw. So not too often we get a chance to have such representation at a high level. And so we just want to publicly thank you for a job well done.
All right. Thanks, Ms. Wilson. Ms. Brown.
All I can say is ditto to my colleagues. Mr. Lowndes did a great presentation. There were lots of questions, so I know people were really interested in what's going on in Charles County. And also Amira did a great job. For a first-timer, she's right in there, jumping right in there, doing what she needs to be doing. And I also would like to add in that I had an opportunity to attend a teen court. And I'd like to say to parents that those have so much information for you that I'm just inviting parents to get more involved in that, because the one I attended this last time was on special ed. and the organizations that are out there to advocate and help you. So for parents out there that have special ed kids, please get involved in things, because teen court is just a wealth of knowledge for you. Thank you.
Thanks, Ms. Brown. Yes?
So,
Hi.
as already mentioned by my other board members, I was able to attend the MABE annual conference, and this was a big deal for me because this was my first out-of-county trip as a board member. It was so exciting. So here I was able to meet with board members from all across the state of Maryland and gain insight into the issues they're facing within their counties. And I also had the pleasure to meet with numerous student board members from across the state to share ideas and just discuss with one another. And as mentioned, I was a student panelist. So the whole purpose of this panel was essentially to provide the student perspective to board members all across the state of Maryland. And hopefully I was able to provide a good perspective to the board members, and they're able to take that and use that to be a more effective Board of Education.
All right, thank you very much. Anybody else? So I'll just have a couple of things. I was at the MABE conference as well, and you did a fantastic job. And you can tell when you were speaking, Amira, that it wasn't scripted. You were free flowing and speaking in the moment, and that came across really well. So I just want to thank you for that. As always, attended a lot of sports events in the county, so the rain put a damper on a couple things, but hopefully we'll get back into it. And congrats to everyone that's participating in those events. I also had the opportunity to stop by over the weekend. There was something called the Faith in Blue event at the town hall in La Plata, and it was the La Plata Police along with several faith-based groups that were there and some other groups of the county, and it was a nice day, and it's just a way for folks to get out and meet people in their community. And I offered up any type of collaborative opportunity that those groups may have with the school system. So Dr. Varro, you may be getting a call or an email for some folks. And several of us were at the fair as well. And congratulations to all the student winners of the art contest and the various other contests, whether you were growing food or having livestock judged. The weather was fantastic, and it was great to see a lot of people out for that. I was at the bounty of the county as well, and as I said, also at MABE. And Ms. Wilson, don't shortchange yourself. I know it's a lot of work. You were a conference co-chair, and there was a lot of good presentations there. So thank you for taking the time to do that. The last thing I want to say is the rain. Speaking of the rain, unfortunately, Rocktoberfest could not happen. For those of you who know, that is an annual event that's gone on for a number of years. It got interrupted by COVID, and it was scheduled to come back live, and the money raised at that event is donated back to the school system, and it's a significant amount of money over the years, and they're still going to make that happen. And if it's not already on your calendar, I'd certainly like to have those folks in to the board meeting to thank them publicly. But I know there's a lot of people that have made that happen and wanted to make it happen, save the weather. But to Keith Grasso and Sarah Payne and Stacy Moreland, thanks for all your hard work, and thank you to everybody that was a sponsor and helped out. It was a last-minute thing to cancel, obviously, because of the weather. But from what I understand, all the money that was raised through sponsorships and pre-sales are still going to be donated back to the school system, and that's a fantastic thing. So thanks to all those folks and the La Plata Business Association. Just really appreciate that. Okay, anything else? Any last nickels from anyone? All right, thank you very much. So now it is time for Mr. Sean Heil from the Education Association of Charles County.
Chair Lucas, Vice Chair Wilson, Board of Education members, and Dr. Navarro. There are two things I'd like to address this month: staff safety and expressing the appreciation of EACC of our current Board of Education. As I've mentioned before, EACC had 2 meetings this summer with CCPS administration to address staff concerns about discipline and their own physical safety. I mentioned in a previous presentation to this body that the year had started well. Although we are appreciative of the work that CCPS leadership has done in providing more consistency across the county, the fact remains that we still have more work to do within our school community and with our families. Staff safety and a safe and orderly work climate should continue to be a major pillar of work moving forward. Without a safe and orderly work climate, our primary job of teaching and learning cannot be implemented successfully. EACC understands our student body comes to school every day with a wide variety of challenges and needs that as a school system we work hard to address. In meeting the needs of the students, we cannot forget that it's the staff of our schools that are on the front lines every day doing the best for the children that they serve. As we strive to implement discipline consistently and consider every student, we ask that we not forget to include a focus on the professionals who are experiencing assaults in the performance of their job. A safe and orderly work climate is essential to retention and recruitment of education professionals, and I do feel like this Board of Education, as well as Dr. Navarro, listens to and addresses the concerns brought by EACC, and I hope we can keep this conversation going for the benefit of students and staff. I would like to close this month with my personal appreciation for the work this board has done in working with EACC. This time next month, I don't know if you guys have heard, there's going to be an election that takes place that marks an era where there are going to be many new faces on the board, in part because of the expansion to 10 members and also because many of you have decided to close this chapter of service to public education. I've known most of you a large part of my 28-year career now. I've seen some of you play your part in different roles in education, and a large majority of you are about to lay down your Board of Education responsibilities to begin the next phase of your lives. I simply want to say thank you for your service to the students and staff of Charles County. As a board, you've been willing to work with EACC while still having respectful disagreements. I appreciate the respect part of that on both sides. In this current era of severe political division, I want to say thank you for respectfully listening to opinions you did not always agree with. EACC has always listened to board opinions we have not always agreed with. But we addressed each other with respect as the professionals all of us are. Most importantly, EACC appreciates the way that all of you have been a willing partner to be sensitive to the voices of professional educators and to make sure that in your decision-making that you've included their perspective. I would like to end by thanking all of you for your willingness to dedicate one of your most valuable assets, time, to the staff and students of Charles County.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Heil. Now we'll hear from AFSCME.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Sarah Birch, President of AFSCME Local 2981. September was a very busy month. I have spoke at meetings for food and nutrition, the secretaries, and building service. On October 4th, AFSCME held an open meeting. In an open meeting, none of Local 2981 business is addressed. All support staff is invited, members or non-members, and questions or comments are answered by experts, Dr. Navarro, Nikki Majors, David Chimizu, William Kruder, Mike Heim, Karen Acton, and Kevin Lowndes made up the committee for this meeting. And I personally would like to thank all of them for coming and staying, listening to the people, and I've already seen evidence of the help that they have done. The support staff guests gave clear, concise explanations of issues in the classrooms, substituting, on the job, and job advancement were some of the subjects brought up. The experts were at the meeting along with a diverse audience with great comments. Being part of food and nutrition, I know the value of food. Refreshments were offered. Holding another meeting in the spring is definitely going to be on the AFSCME calendar. Yesterday was a holiday for our students celebrating Christopher Columbus discovering America. Do you know what Christopher Columbus did not have? No union, no negotiating team, no paid holidays. He had to ask Queen Isabella when he needed more money. America is a better place because of AFSCME and Columbus. Thank you.
All right, next up is Miss Axton and our friends making their annual visit from Clifton, Larson, and Allen.
Good afternoon, everyone. I can't tell you how happy I am to be here and how close it came to us not being here today to talk about this audit. This audit was definitely delayed and was definitely challenged. Part of it due to GASB 87 on leases, which was a new GASB for us that we needed to adhere to. We did start that process early and thought we, had our ducks in a row, but as we got into it, it proved to be very challenging. And also, we had an issue with our pension valuation from our from Reliance, our actuary, and had to redo our statements at that point. But I would like to thank my staff, Carol Kohler, and her staff, and some of them are here. We've got Brenda, Cindy, Joanne, and of course, everyone knows Sherry from Budget, who's not Carol's staff, but is also here. I want to thank everyone for their hard work. This was truly a challenge, and I'm very thankful for all that they have done to bring this across the finish line. And of course, Clifton Larson, because we were pushing all over the place trying to get this done. So I do thank Bill for his help on that. So I'm going to turn this over to Bill, and he'll walk you through the audit as he's done in previous years. The one area that I want to speak about, because it is a topic that is top of mind for most everyone, is our fund balance. So our 2022 unassigned fund balance is $26,819,000 compared to $27,571,000 for the previous year. So we did decrease by $752,000. And what that encompasses is a health insurance reserve of $4.6 million, a contingency reserve of $4.4 million, and a capital maintenance technology reserve of $17.8 million. And just to remind everyone, that fund balance is to be used for one-time costs. It can't be used for recurring costs. If you were to do that, within a certain number of years, you would be down to zero. So the purpose of that fund is the fund balance is basically so that we don't have to go to the county every time we have an issue that was not foreseen when we budgeted, such as a roof repair or other major issues. So I just want to say that, and then I'll turn it over to Mr. Bill Early.
Thank you, Karen. Good afternoon, everyone. See some very familiar faces, so glad I could be here again for the October meeting. We were skeptical, even as of 4 o'clock yesterday, but we made it. We issued final at, I think, shortly after 4 o'clock yesterday. So as Karen did, the state does have a law in Comar that the financial statements are due to MSDE by 9:30. That is a challenge every year, and this year we were a week late in getting it over to them. This year, you are not the only school district. I will comment, so if anybody asks, I will tell you there are some that I will be working on this evening, still working on. A lot of those challenges, as the world has changed, is staffing issues, a lot of retirements, new staff in different roles, some of that you have here. at Charles County Schools, as well as the world of accounting has changed. As Karen mentioned, GASB 87 getting included in those financial statements. These financial statements, when that law was written, were 25, 30 pages, and now they're, I think we're almost up to 100 and some pages long. So the fact that you issue financial statements within 90 days, and even if it was 97 days, is still something to pat yourselves on the back for. I mean, most public companies barely can do that. So it is a challenge every year. And I've talked with many of the school district CFOs. They are bringing forth maybe some conversations, and with you all maybe as well, to go to the state of MSDE. All they do is they take it, they follow it, they lay it in a pile, and they get to it 6-9 months from now. They'll send us any comments, which usually says, we have no comments, and we've accepted your report. So we are pushing to see if MSDE is willing to change that COMAR law to make it 1015, 1030, just because of the ever-changing accounting world that we're in. There are many more GASBs coming down the road that will be a challenge next year and future years for staff to get implemented quickly. And when I speak on that, it's not just Charles. We're seeing this all across all the Maryland school districts. Almost everyone, even the ones that did issue by 9:30, were literally right up until the last minute. And we do 8 of the school districts in Maryland. I can tell you that there was nobody that issued comfortably this year. But we are here to talk about Charles, so I'll walk through these financial statements with you. I believe they were all uploaded. One thing I will say is we also had some changes in the audit world this year. So your opinion, which is on pages 1 through 3, it looks a little bit different. So if you are one of those individuals that goes back and compares the last year and says, this doesn't look the same, you'd be correct. What does that mean? It just means auditing standards made the opinion a little more clear. So now you can actually kind of see what management's responsibility is a little more detailed in there. As far as for your financial statements, it's still a clean, what we call a clean, unmodified opinion. So because of that, again, the wording and the order may have changed, but there is nothing in there that has changed to say any reason that it changed, just the fact that auditing standards changed the template and what we're required to put in there. You'll see a whole auditor's responsibility section, really details out a little more of what we're responsible for. Again, these financial statements, we work with Karen and Carol and their staff to get them done. We issue the opinions, which is the first up through pages 9, I believe it is. Everything else in here is theirs. They prepare it. We assist with I'd say the formatting and things, but it is the information they provide to us to help with the finished statements. And then once we format it, they review it, and we go back and forth with changes. But we are only responsible for the opinions in here. They are responsible for all the other information that we audited. I will say this year, so if you, on pages 4 is our report on internal controls. Some of the issues, Karen did mention that we had to, the actuary had to redo their valuation last minute due to an investment, a couple of investment accounts that were not picked up in that valuation. So that caused, again, that was one of the reasons for the last minute push to not issue by 9:30. What I do have to say is in the past I've said there were no internal control findings. However, this year we do have 3 that we've brought forward. Again, a lot of them, if I was sitting in your shoes, you'd say, well, should we be alarmed? I would say we're required to report them. Are they alarming? No, I would not take them as alarming, just because what they were just account balances that weren't changed. They caused audit adjustments, but that's the good thing is they were caught last minute. And the reason for that, you'd say, well, why weren't they caught, earlier, is this is part of the closing process, and because of how tight you have to close within that 90 days, they're preparing and they're reviewing at the same time the auditors are, as we are, or else we would never get done. So when they're reviewing, we sometimes get ahead of them in their review. However, under auditing standards, if we find it before they find it, it's an audit adjustment and therefore required to be reported. So all 3 of these are audit adjustments, so that is why they're in there. But again, if you said, is there a significant grave concern over your internal control process? No. All 3 have been addressed by management. Their responses are in here. We don't give an opinion on whether the responses are adequate in our report. I will stand before you to tell you, though, that we have discussed them with Karen and Carol, went through, looked at their responses, and if I was sitting in your shoes, I would accept their responses and their changes to their policies that they're putting in place to address those issues.
Mr. Early, I just want to give you a quick heads up. We're going to go ahead and put the audit. So as you mentioning pages, we'll just continue through for those people that are watching. So just FYI, that's why that's coming on.
So the report I was just talking about was on page 4. So
No worries, and Shelley will catch up with
Okay.
you if you want to continue.
Okay. So on pages 6, 7, and 8, you'll see those audit adjustments that are listed in there in detail. The context, they do get reported in here. But again, management's response is at the bottom of each one of those pages. And if you wanted to ask about their response, I would say that'd be more directed at Karen. But again, we do review their responses to make sure, include them in here, to make sure anything they're saying, it wouldn't be too far-fetched or off base, and that if I was sitting in your shoes, I'd be like concerned over. So Karen addressed, she stole my thunder on page 19. That's always a question that is asked. So I'll skip over that one. I will go and I will say on pages, I highlight some of the things that are questions we've had in the past and discussions we've had. The entity-wide statements, those are on page 26. So those are, I'm sorry, let me go back, 24. Those are if you were operating as a full business entity, so they include all of your long-term liabilities are included in there. Now included in there is your lease liabilities and your lease receivable amounts. While we had to go through the process of implementing leases, and the challenge with that was making sure that we had a whole population of leases from all the schools and everywhere, it was a bigger challenge. It actually came out to very small dollars. So moving forward, it won't even really impact us as much, but we had to go through that exercise in implementing it in the first year. Moving on, I'll go to page 28. You'll see on page 28, in the past, we've had some negative fund balances. This year, we have no negative fund balances in any of the funds reported there. You'll see that food service actually, one positive I'd say that has come out of COVID is food service operations have changed dramatically, and the funding for those have changed coming from the federal level. So where you used to run very close to break even or not having a fund balance in there, you have a very healthy fund balance in your food service account now. A lot of it is from that the revenue that's coming in from the federal governments. Obviously, as a school district, you and all the school districts are seeing a very large uptick in federal funding. Again, that's also playing into getting the financial statements done on time because all those grants have to be reconciled. The deferred revenue, the AR, has got to be booked at year end. And that's, the amount of funding that has gone up and the number of grants is significant. So we also do the single audit for the school district, which is required to be issued by December. That has additional programs last year and this year that we'll be auditing. MSD did give an extension last year. They also gave an extension on everything last year, but they did not for this year as of now. So we'll be auditing that, and that will be issued here in December. But again, the amount of funding going up, you'll see from the restricted fund and the food service fund, just the sheer volume of the federal government funds coming through the state and the federal government are significantly making the fund balance that much better. The other two areas that I know is concern of the boards is typically the pension and the OPEB. OPEB is the other post-employment benefits. Your pension last year had an asset balance. This year it does have a small liability balance of, on page 55, of $18.9 million, essentially $19 million is your deficit. Really, that is that is 100% related to the investment swing this year. Again, when you have, as you see here, you have $140 million invested. Whenever you have that much invested, it's going to, actually you have more than that invested there. But it's going to swing up and down as the market does, as all of us. If you were checking your 401ks on a regular basis, you see it yourselves. So because of that, you do have a liability this year. You're still in a great funded position on your pension. I would not be concerned. I would not be able to say the same thing if talking other post-employment benefits. So when you look at the other post-employment benefits, that liability continues to grow. You continue to fund it on a pay-as-you-go basis, contributing very little excess into there.
What page are you on now, please?
Fast forward to page 60. So you see that liability there grew this year to $670 million of a liability. Some of that was related to some investment swings, others, though, was related to just the mere fact of paying out the benefits over what you're contributing. And your discount rate on your OPEB is significantly lower than on your pension just because you don't have as much invested. You only have $73 million invested while that liability continues to grow. So I know, Chairperson, you ask about that quite frequently about should you be concerned. Every year I'll say yes, and if your budget does allow for it, you'd want to continue to try to fund that OPEB and get as many assets in there as you can. Also looking at your policies about what are you providing for benefits for future retirees.
Sure. I believe in the past you mentioned that there was a certain percentage that ideally, so I don't know if that's the right word, but to try to keep it funded.
Yeah, I mean, like your pension, you typically have tried to keep it up in the 80s and above that, or at least above 75%. You're not there with OPEB,
Right.
and you're not the only one. Almost nobody is because of when it was implemented. But again, as that liability continues to grow, and you hit the retirement dates for a lot of people, and now we're seeing people are tending to retire earlier, so you're going to be paying those benefits out longer. That's going into their valuation concerns as well. So a lot of that has impact on your operations and how your liability is calculated. So the actuary does the report. They calculate the number. We review it to make sure it's all kind of in accordance with accounting standards. But again, they're the ones going through the detail of that calculation. But that is some of the things I know talking to actuaries that they're seeing changes. When are people retiring? How long are you going to be retiring? You know, providing them with benefits and moving out in the future. Some have eliminated benefits or have reduced how much, you know, the school district would be paying compared to what the retirees are required to pay. I'm not up here to set that policy procedure for you, just to tell you that's one area you could look at for the future. Do a benchmark to compare yourselves to other school districts. What are they providing? What are you providing? And make that kind of determination of whether you should change your policies or are you consistent with what others are offering. No different than you would do with teachers' salaries, pensions, et cetera.
Thank you.
Yep. On page 68, this is our new footnote this year, in all its glory, I'll say. And you will see an emphasis of matter in your opinion that we implemented these this year. Again, so the Board of Education qualifies in two aspects. You are a leaseor, so you allow people to put their cell phone towers on your property, which means you're leasing that space to them. And then you're also a leasee for some basically office equipment, you know, copiers, things like that. So you're both a leaseor and a leasee. So we had to implement both sides of it. But that is footnote number 11. That is this year. It's on pages 68 and 69. In the past, those were recording as basically what you call operating leases. So these weren't new leases for this year. They were leases that had always been there, but you weren't required to book them on your financial statements for long-term purposes. You basically did it as a pay-as-you-go basis. So as the payment become due for $100,000, you paid it. Now you're just going to see it reflected in the overall financial statements that you actually have those liabilities out there, because GASB said they are essentially liabilities, and they changed how they're reported. They changed how they report in the private sector, so then typically governments eventually will jump on board and follow that. Last page I'll highlight is the detailed schedule starting on page 81. On page 81, you'll see that is your general fund budget to actual, because that is essentially when you all do manage your financial accounting records, you do look at budgetary basis over everything. So while it is buried further in the back of the report, that is the main function at which you budgetary level of control you look at. So you'll see a positive there in all your expenditure categories. You were able to save money. Your expenditures were actually below the expected budgetary amounts, so that is a good thing. Revenues came in slightly lower, but not too much, but you did generate 2.5 there and some savings. So lastly, I'll walk through our other letter, which is communication required with governance. You all do serve as governance. A lot of these things we've talked about already. So your accounting policies did change by the lease implementation. That is noted in our report. Accounting estimates, you do have, we talked about the OPEB and the pension, and also for IB&R, they are based on significant estimates. We do work around those areas to compare them to industry standards to make sure they're not out of line. No issues were noted with those. There were no significant unusual transactions. Difficulties encountered performing the audit, we just, it was delayed. We talked about that in detail in the beginning. Uncorrected misstatements, we did not have any. We did have the 3 corrected misstatements that are listed in our report that also coincide with the internal control report. There was no disagreements with management, and management did provide us with what's called a representation letter, that everything they told us was accurate to the best of their knowledge and belief. As far as any supplementary information in the report, we do review that and look at that to make sure it is in agreement, but we don't issue opinions on that. We just give what's known as an in relation to opinion, which was issued and it was unmodified. With that, I'll answer any further questions that anybody may have.
Thank you as always.
Yeah.
Could set my watch by when you come give us a an update. And Ms. Wilson.
I know, again, you've been asked this question, the last time you were here, and thank you for highlighting those 3 areas. Could you say those numbers again? And then the second part to that, our fund balance, a lot of times, there is some discussion in the community that some view the fund balance as, quote, excess. And what I'm hoping to highlight here is it shouldn't be looked upon as excess as much as a good management practice.
Yes.
With the type of budget that we have, and the amount of real estate and other responsibilities as it pertains to human resource, that we are well within the range of on-hand fund balance that is recommended from a best management practice. And I know that you have been asked this question over and over and over, but it seems like we're entering again in a period where this is being questioned. And for the people, constituents that are watching this, as well as this is going to be recorded, we just like to use this as an opportunity to educate the public.
Yeah, so in general, I'll speak in general terms, because every government, every school district operates differently and has a different relationship with the county. But a lot of your funding comes from the county, the state, and the federal government. When it comes to, when you look at your budget, just the general fund alone is, I believe, $410 million this year. So if you were to look and say, hey, we have a unassigned fund balance of $26 million, while $26 million sounds like a lot, it's not a lot when you compare it to $410 million. And a lot of this, what you have it reserved for, 2 things, is a contingency, which is just, hey, we need a little bit of savings. Okay, so that's what I would call this more. See fund balance as a savings account a little bit. You always want to try to have something in your back pocket for that rainy day, and that's what your contingency is for. The other one is for health insurance claims, which, let's face it, they could escalate quickly in 1 year, depending on how many workers' comp claims you have. If you had a significant claim filed or major incident, that would drive that number up drastically. And then as far as the capital and the maintenance, you're correct. You have quite a bit of real estate that you manage. Yes, the county does fund a lot of that budget. However, you always do want to have something in there if you were to have to flip the switch very quickly. Part of that would be, like, you could go back to COVID and say, right, we had to quickly make sure that we had devices and we had to quickly implement some technology. And do we have that ability and that savings to do anything like that quickly, and then go to the county and deal with the future funding of those kind of things? Karen put it great when she said, what you don't want to do with your fund balance is spend it on annual expenditures. Because once you establish an annual expenditure, same thing I say with a lot of the federal money that's coming in now, you got to be cautious with how much you put it towards annual expenditures, because eventually that federal government money won't be there, right, to fund them. So then how do you fund those expenditures moving forward? So if you were to take this fund balance and say, we're going to fund 30 more teachers, that's great, but then next year when you don't have that fund balance savings, how do you fund that? And how do you move forward with that? So that's why, as Karen put it, you want to use it for one-time uses. It doesn't have to necessarily be, capital if you decided to move it to a different sign, but it has to, I would strongly recommend it's one-time uses, and don't bake that into your annual expenditures, or else you're going to be fighting for funding sources every year for those expenditures. I don't know if, Karen, you want to add anything?
Sure. The only thing I want to add is for the public and everyone to remember is that on health insurance, we are self-funded. And this year, we did go over budget with our expenditures on health insurance by $4 million and had to adjust the budget accordingly. So that's one area that, we really can't predict completely. You just don't know what's going to happen to the staff. So that's an unknown. And then you have, other things that come up after you've budgeted, because our budget cycle is so early that you couldn't possibly foresee. One of them is the ERP implementation that Sherry and I will be coming back to you at the work session, hopefully with a budget change, because we had to switch implementers, as everyone knows. So these kinds of things have to come out of the fund balance. We can't raise cash any other way other than the funding we get from the state and the county. So to have the flexibility we need to operate, it's a good idea to have a fund balance so that, you know, we can continue to do things and not have to continually wait for the funding to be approved by the county or the state.
And Mr. Chair, I might add, with this audit, it illustrates that we are good stewards of the taxpayers' dollars, that we've been afforded this opportunity to manage a fund balance and the other aspects of our financials. You have, you know, you've conducted an audit and you had some minor issues, but we're demonstrating that we are good managers. So it's not like there's bad practices that are taking place and that the proof is in the pudding.
Yes, and again, we did issue an unmodified opinion, which that is the highest level of assurance we can give on any set of financial statements.
So there you go.
Yeah. And if I could add, thank you, Ms. Acton, for your comments about the health insurance, because you spoke about workman's comp claims and things like that, and I think a lot of people that's what they view that part of the fund balance is for. But you know, God forbid we have people that have some serious illnesses, or there are twice as many babies born as usually in a year. I mean, we pay for all that, and so to have that there, and it's roughly it's about 6% of our operating budget is in the fund balance. So I would challenge anybody to in January of a year make a guess on how much money you're going to spend on gas for your car beginning July of that year for an entire year, and see if you come within 6% of that. A year later, you probably won't. And I think the fact that year after year we have a fund balance that hovers around that point, it's a testament to your work. And we have a whole laundry list of items in our budget book that is submitted to the commissioners every year should we have funds available that we can use for one-time things for the school system. And normally towards the end of the fiscal year, we have these intercategory transfers, and that leads into funding, maybe not some of those things, but other things that come up in the school system. So it's all transparent, it's all open, and you know, there are many more things we'd like to fund in the school system if we had more recurring money, but we fund these one-time things, you know, in part through some of the fund balance money. Any other comments from anyone? All right.
All right. Thank you all.
Thank
Enjoy
you.
your next stop, wherever that may be.
Everyone at 4 o'clock.
All right.
So, thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, next we're going to hear from Dr. Jones.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon,
So
sir.
this afternoon, I'm going to stall for a moment as my folks come into the room. So a couple years ago, just a little background. A couple years ago, the Maryland State Department of Education with Dr. Vermel Green created a task force designed to study and to be able to work with students, African American male students in particular. And so there were some schools across the state who were selected to participate in the task force, and we were fortunate enough to have 2 schools in Charles County to participate. And so they've been doing a bang-up job with the Achieving Academic Equity and Excellence for Black Boys, the program AAEEBB, as you may have heard of it here in Charles County, is what it's known as. And so we thought, instead of having myself fumble through trying to explain all of this to you, why not bring in the folks who are doing it and, again, doing a bang-up job of it. And so we do have with us today, and I had my notes here to hang on a second. Let me introduce We do have with us representatives from Westlake High School and from J.P. Ryon Elementary School. So beginning with J.P. Ryon Elementary School, we do have the principal there, the acting principal, Ms. Deidre Barnett. We also have a student with us from J.P. Ryon, Nolan Nickerson. Is Nolan in the building? Yes, okay. And we have a community member from the J.P. Ryon community, Mr. Carl Barnett is here with us as well. Nice haircut, Mr. Barnett. We also have with us from Westlake High School, Assistant Principal Dana Fenwick, who is here to my left right here, and Maurice Wade, who's a student from Westlake High School. And we have another young man with a nice haircut, Mr. Maurice Wade, not senior, but I do think they're related, who's a staff member and a program advisor for Westlake High School. So at this time, I'm going to turn it over to Ms. Barnett. How about you kick us off to talk about the program? All right.
Good afternoon. We're going to talk about J.P. Ryon's Flock Mentoring Program, our future leaders and outstanding community keepers. So if you see on the screen, this is our implementation team, as well as our mentors that have been working with us in the community. So what is AAEEBB? To us, it is our flock. It's an initiative that was started by MSDE that we turned into a movement. It is something that we are going to continue to do at J.P. Ryon, regardless if we're getting money or not. So we had two recommendations that we were working with. The first one was to coordinate a structured mentoring program. And the second one was to provide our teachers and our school-based staff with culturally responsive teaching practices and methods. So here's our plan on how we supported our flock. We offered to our families training from Dr. Leonard Sachs and Dr. Michael Garion. We had guest speakers, Marion Hill, who talked about the man cave, men all need to be caring, active, and engaged, as well as offering our parents a self-paced course that lasts about 6 weeks. So parents were given the opportunity to learn about the minds of boys and girls in a self-paced course, and at the end, we surveyed them to find out if the information was helpful. We also offered staff development to our staff. We did a culturally responsive teaching and brain-based book study by Zaretta Hammond. We offered our teachers online courses, Boys and Girls Learn Differently, and we also have a Garion certified trainer in the building who's working with our intermediate grades to teach them about how boys and girls learn differently. We started this doing virtual learning, so before we knew about AAEEBB, we knew that we needed to do something in J.P. Ryon. When I first arrived at J.P. Ryon 5 years ago, we had 856 referrals. We currently have, last year we had 23. So those referrals that we had were our Black boys, and we wanted to know what could we do to help them. So we met with Principal Kafele, and we learned about attitude, relationship, compassion, relevance, and empowerment for Black boys. And we took that information and figured out how we as a school community could use that information to support our Black boys. So this is what we did with our flock. We developed the house model. So all of our boys were participating in a house. In the 3rd grade, they were the house of honor. In the 4th grade, they're the house of integrity. And in the 5th grade, they're the house of grit. The whole staff is the house of hope. So what we wanted to do is have a competitive competition, well, healthy competition, where they were supporting each other. We put out a call for mentors, and they joined us in helping our houses. We also had Mr. Keith Elkin, who came in and talked about heroes. So not only were they participating in our houses, but they were also working with Mr. Elkin. So we launched our house, and as you can see right there on the screen, we have the House of Integrity. But each house, in order to earn points, they had to do the 5 C's. They had to console their brother, they had to compliment their brother, contribute to their brother, conduct and care for their brother, and show a courageous act. And each time they did that and it was observed by a staff member, they received points. And the first point that they got, the first competition that they competed in was they got extra recess, and they did a sport. So that was something they totally enjoyed doing. They also came up with their own hand signal. So they decided that this hand signal represented the flock. So they know when they're walking around the building and they're doing that signal that they're part of the flock. We had house leader candidates, so they had to run on our morning announcements. They had a speech, and the flock got to vote for who they wanted to be their house leader. We did a Black History laser show tribute so that they knew their history. And we partnered with our feeder school, John Hanson. John Hanson would come over every 2 weeks on a Friday. They would journal with our House of Grit. They would do a competition, and that competition was who could do the most push-ups. And then they would just talk about what middle school was like. So our House of Grit, that is now in John Hanson, is doing an awesome job. There hasn't been any referrals at all. So I check weekly to see how it's going. And we also had monthly guest speakers for each house. So the House of Honor, Integrity, and Grit had a guest speaker that came the last Friday of the month to talk to them about honor, integrity, and grit, what it looks like, what does it feel like. And we also surveyed our boys to find out what it is that you want to talk about or hear about. So what's next for the flock? This school year, we are so excited. We're partnering with Westlake, our partner school. They'll be showing us about rites of passage. They'll be coming over mentoring our flock. We are also partnering with our SROs. A lot of our flock members don't see the SROs as friends, they see them as enemies. So what we're doing tomorrow, they're gonna start our program. So from October 12th to May, we will be meeting on Mondays and Wednesdays with our SROs, learning tutoring, having a partnership where they're learning guest speakers, they're learning about how and why our cops are our friends. And then they're also learning how they are going to be leaders. And then at the end, they'll get a meal. And then they will also have Fun Flock Fridays, where they will get to participate in a fun activity. We're looking at chess. We're looking at going to visit the African American Museum. We're bringing in poets so that they can learn that rap songs are poetry. And then they're also going to have a chance to decide what they would like to do. But those were a few of the things that they decided they would like to do this school year. So this is the flock, our future leaders, outstanding community keepers. And you're going to hear from our flock member, who is now in the House of Grit, Nolan Nickerson. I'll hold your hand. You got this.
Good afternoon, everyone. I want to talk about how I feel having a mentor. So I feel like having a mentor is great because you get to express yourself and how you feel. There's someone that guides you through the hard time and the good times. The excitement you get when you're able to express yourself is amazing. My mentor, Mr. Barnett, is the best mentor. He is cool, he understands me, and is easy to talk to. Mr. Barnett is no ordinary mentor.
Oh, very
Wow,
good.
thanks, Nolan.
Thank you.
Mr. Barnett.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for having me. Thank you for the invite. Dr. Navarro, thank you for allowing me to be part of this school district. Take a minute to kind of recover from that because having spent some time with Nolan, it's touching to see when young men can grow and just mature. And oftentimes, when I would meet with Nolan and other folks under, that some of his peers, just giving them the opportunity to kind of vent and express what they go through personally in their personal lives as well as academically, that they don't feel comfortable being able to share with their parents, with the administration, with teachers, and just listening to everything without judgment, and they can come in and then offer them some sound advice and recommendations. And I tell them it's about accountability, right? Be responsible and accountable for your actions. Be ready to deal with the consequences of your actions. And so it's a tear-jerking moment to hear him, and you can see that's his personality every day. He's soft-spoken. But just to see him muster up the energy to come here, and then just to hear how he thinks about me and just the joy I see when they see me come through the door. I got involved in this program because, I work for the federal government, God's blessing has allowed me to reach the highest ranks, but my life didn't start off like this. I started off as a single parent, child, got in trouble on the streets. And so given the opportunity to go back and give back to those that kind of are leading and journeying that same path that I came up, without question, right? You couldn't pay me to do this. This is my passion. This is what I'm called to. And so when I got the call to be part of this, it was a no-brainer. And then just hearing the superintendent's vision, like I told her from the day I met her, oh my God, you just called me and you asked me where you want me to get in, and I'm in. You don't have to pay me, like this is what I'm called to do. So you get access to me, my experiences, my contacts, free. Because anything that I can do to give back to the kids, I'm all in. So I just wanted to come and just kind of give my perspective on, what it's like to be a mentor. And this was just a great opportunity because I was already involved in the community. I had my own program, but I literally kind of pushed that to the side because I enjoy leaving work early, coming from the city and coming back home and giving back to my own community. And then just to see how they've matured and grown, it's just, oh my God. It's like a parent who sees their kid go off and do well. So thank you for hearing us today. I really appreciate the time and the opportunity. So
Thank you, sir.
yeah.
Thank you for allowing me to speak about the state-funded grant, AAEEBB. It's near and dear to my heart. So the data shows that the trend is that Black boys often have the lowest test scores, yet have the highest rate of discipline referrals and suspensions. Dr. Formel Green often leads, anytime she's talking about this topic, she leads with this quote: "If our Black boys are in trouble, so are we all." Dr. Chaudhary, our state superintendent, also believes this, and he said that we can't boast about our efforts as a state if we're leaving behind one subgroup. And notice that we say Black boys and not young men. This is done on purpose because oftentimes society places adult expectations on people who are still growing and changing. So we began this in 2020 when the rest of the world was shutting down. We were still working. Westlake is a hub for the 228 corridor. We were handing out meals, we were handing out packets, and our principal was in the building, meeting with the state, laying the groundwork for this grant. So what are we currently doing to support this? We started with a book study for our staff, culturally responsive teaching in the brain. We started our year with de-escalation technique training. We invited our founding members for our young men's group, Elite Black Men. We had a summer boot camp so that we could start the year off ready to go. We want to expose our students to post-secondary institution and cultural experiences through field trips. We've partnered with already established mentoring program, the Alphas and the Alpha Achievers, and currently we're working on designing pole banners to establish the Westlake Mile so that everybody knows and we can have full faith in our community, and whenever you come across the Westlake Mile, you're going to encounter one of our young men or our community members. And we're also expanding our rites of passage. So our first recommendation that we worked on was our actual rites of passage. We found young men who were athletes, scholars, thespians, independent thinkers, and we started with 30 that lead and 30 that need. We allowed the boys to name themselves. We had a couple of different options. They were not a fan of what we chose. So they actually named themselves the Elite Black Men. So when I said, okay, you want to be elite, what does that mean to you? When you look in the mirror, how do you see yourself? Some of the words, some of the adjectives that stuck out to me were they said they were dedicated, superior, courageous, invaluable. They got together, they created rules that they were a lot harder on themselves than we ever would have been. Now, how can I get the video to work? While they're getting that, I will tell you, we started the initiative with an in-school. Oh, go ahead. Sorry. Go ahead.
Everybody in this room is going to be successful. And we're going to help y'all do it too.
So that was a full day workshop, an in-school field trip where they didn't even know each other. You know, how can you be in a school and not know your peers? But we got them all together, and by the end of the day, they were saying things like, everybody in this room is gonna be successful. We did hire a consultant who works with COSPOC and Techniques for Learning, Dr. Timothy Jones. And after meeting our boys, he was so excited to work with us that he designs a specific program just for our boys. It's not like any of the rites of passage programs that he had together. During that day, we asked the kids, who do they owe and who do they want to show? So it was really powerful. And at the end of the day, we said, okay, what did you learn from being together? Like, how do you feel? And every young man had something nice to say about each other, and they never, ever once mentioned their athletic ability. They all said that they were smart and intelligent, and we had guys who were on our state championship basketball team, but they never mentioned athletics. Some of our challenges that we're really working through are the limits of the grant. You cannot spend any money on food. And having teenage boys together, the one thing they want to do is eat all the time. And our staff, you know, yes, there are stipends. Yes, everybody's heart is in it, but everybody's kind of tapped out. You know, we're covering classes, we're doing extra things. And it's just getting a little harder to fill everyone's cup when their cup is kind of running empty. Some of the changes that we're already seeing, we have young men that have gone from having all Fs to not even failing a class this year. We had one young man who had a cumulative 1.7 GPA, and he set a goal to have a 4.0, and he got it for 3 quarters last year. So we are seeing, and just the accountability piece, if there's something going on in a hallway, I've had students come to me and say, hey, Ms. Fenwick, so-and-so's not being elite right now. You know, they're checking each other. Do that video.
Hello, my name is Miles Anderson. I am a Westlake graduating senior. I am part of a youth group of young black men dedicated to becoming exceptional role models in our communities. And our schools across the nation, not just mine, we as a group of young black men aren't as dedicated or motivated to become more successful through the education system. We would go get high rather than get the education needed to be successful. In Elite Black Men, our goals are to keep younger generations become better versions of themselves. I believe that by helping our younger generation by setting up good role models in the classroom, then the expectations of younger groups will be better and even achieve the same greatness. In doing this, I hope that teachers will keep with the process by pushing students to do better and not leaving them behind so we can achieve the same greatness. Teachers, I ask that you are more aware of students that are struggling and have the patience to help us. Hello,
So this year, we began meeting every Friday, so we have now some consistency for the boys. We've created an AVID cohort, and we are doing peer tutoring as well as looking at some single-gendered classrooms. Last video.
Hello, my name is Jaden Wheeler, and I'm a senior here at Westlake High School.
The problem is the percentages of young black kids who test poorly and don't graduate high school. So my solution for this is gather support groups for the young men that can tutor us and lead us in the right direction. Along with tutoring us, we can do fun group activities that everyone will enjoy. I'm calling for any older individuals who can mentor the youth into being the best us. Hello.
So we heard Jayden's call for action, and that's when we started our Mighty Men of Westlake. We reached out to our community, and we're actually having our first mentor training October 29th. We call it Super Saturday. They were able to come out on the first day of school and just be a presence. We asked them to come to games and just wear their orange shirt whenever they're going to be on our campus. All right, last video.
Hey, did Jayden just pass y'all?
Oh, that's y'all smart.
So what you saw there was the end of our first level of the rites of passage. So the boys went from wearing their t-shirt to a polo, and that's what Maurice has on today. He's earned his polo. And they do that by completing a Promethean walk. The young boys were asked to walk from flagpole to flagpole with a lit candle. While they're doing that, we had community members on the side blowing out their candle. If their flame goes out, they cannot move until another member relights their candle. And what that represents is that the community members are the world. There's going to be people who try to extinguish your flame. There could be coworkers, family members, just stress in life. However, when you lean on your brothers, you can always get through things. So no one can extinguish their light, Westlake forever. And I have invited first Mr. Maurice Wade. He is a founding member of Elite Black Men. He has earned his polo. Next, he will have to make it to the next level, which is a shirt and tie.
Good afternoon. Some of the things that's changed and helped me being an Elite Black Men is just taking the initiative to help myself grow in like just the grades and paying attention, helping me with the little things that can help me farther in the world. And Elite Black Men, it just doesn't help you in school. It helps you just in the work life or college, just getting you ready for any obstacle. One of the things that's really helped us is Miss Fenwick. She really pushes us. She really pushes us to be our best. And our spokesperson, Mr. Jones, he's helps us too. He shows us different ways that we can learn. So we had one where we had to write our favorite like rap song that stands up to us. And we had a lot from J. Cole to Nas to just a lot of different big artists out there. And you could tell that we were a lot like passionate about what we were saying. And we have seen a lot of our people grow. Like she said, we had when our people had like a 1.7, and he's went from 4 for a 4.0 all 3 years. And he said that. I remember I was standing right beside him. He was telling Finn was like, okay, we're gonna see. And then we got to that fourth quarter. She's like, okay. And then she's like, okay. And then we got to graduation. He said, you did it. And he gave Miss Fenwick a nice big hug too after. So it was just like a beautiful thing. And we still communicate now. Even if they're in college. One's in Ohio. I talked to him 2 days ago. Asked him how he's been. We still communicate.
Thank you. And I also would like Mr. Maurice Wade, he's our staff member and program advisor, to speak.
Just very short. The main thing that this is helping our young Elite Black Men to understand, find out who you truly are. I believe there's a lot of fake to be accepted. You're not being the true you. And so with this, And we realized that when we had the in-school trip. At the end of that program that Ms. Fenwick and Ms. Roberts put together for us, they found out they had a lot of things in common and were able to speak about it. And they weren't shadowed by keeping it quiet because they didn't feel different. And so when you understand and when you truly find out who you are and you can be yourself, you can build off of that. But if you have a lot of fakeness and you're trying to be somebody you're not, if you don't watch it, you actually put yourself in a bad situation later on. And too many things, as we talk about even in the school, like for example, when students come to me and certain things that happen when they have to come to me, you're getting a false impression of real life. And so you think it, I always use it as the what's the video game everybody plays? Fortnite. So if you watch our young people, a lot of them have that mentality of, I play it, I get destroyed, no problem, just start back over. But real life is not like that. If you make the wrong decision, there might not be another time. And time is short, which you don't understand. We all understand that because we were that age before. So all we press, that I press, is all I can do is plant that seed. I said, it's just like our front yard. Every year we aerate it, we put seed, but you have that one spot that just don't want to act right. And so you try to put filler and everything else, but you don't give up. You continue to aerate and seed, and hopefully it will catch on. But our staff at the school they deserve all the credit, every last bit of the credit. So whatever success you see out of those young men, it is the staff, administration at Westlake High School. And you're talking about somebody passionate about making sure to the best of their ability they've done all they can for those young men to succeed. They're a model of that. They are a model of that. Thank you for your time.
Mr. Wade, the elder Mr. Wade, you had the privilege of sitting next to your father for several years over there. He was a man among men.
Yes.
And for those who don't know, our aquatic center at St. Charles bears his name. So I know he'd be very proud of all the work.
Yes.
I'm sure if there's comments, questions from board members. Ms. Wilson?
So, question for, I guess, for Dr. Navarro. I'm absolutely convinced. I've had numerous conversations with Dr. Green. I noticed there was a slide that says proof of concept. Where are we in the grant process, Mike? And when does this grant phase end? Because the question, you made a statement that says whether we have the funding or not, you're going to continue. I think that's a call to action, to take a look at what are the funding requirements. And that's one question. The other thing is, it's also a call of action in terms of, I agree with you, young boys love to eat. And it is a heavy burden to constantly ask the staff to do this. Maybe this is a potential partnership with one of our businesses or several of our businesses to step up, particularly, in the areas next to the school, because my hope is that this program, I'm going to will it into existence, that this program is going to expand to other jurisdictions. Now, that was certainly a mouthful, but my first question is the funding issue. Is this something that we can tackle near term?
So I think there's been some additional extension of funds from the state. My interest to bring them forth to the board is just to see the level of commitment that these schools have in this initiative, and the fact that they're having some very early great successes. So we're following both schools very closely. I don't want this program to go away, and it's not going to go away because the staff is so deeply committed, and because I think they are learning grounds for how we need to be thinking for our rest of our school system. So I know last year there was a lot of fits and starts and trying to get mentors to be part of. I know at JP Ryan they were calling out for mentors. And this is also an opportunity to just put out into the community 2 examples of what I think are excellent models for community engagement. And so I know that the flock is always looking for mentors and they will train them. And I think the elite young black males of Westlake, I was home with COVID, but I was so excited when I was getting the pictures of all the incredible community members that came out just to greet students back in schools. So the short answer is that we are very committed to making sure that these schools strengthen their program quite a bit internally, and then we learn a lot. We study what they did, what were their hits and misses, because this is a journey. This has been a journey for them. And then we use them as teaching models for other schools. They don't know that quite yet. I haven't said that out loud to them until today, but our hope is that they figure out what really it takes to make it successful in schools, and we're definitely committed to supporting that. So we wanted to bring them here to the board, and I know the board requested an update, and you can see the measures of success very early into its first years of implementation.
Any other comments? Ms. Brown.
Thank you for this presentation. This was awesome. And Mr. Barnett, I wish we had 100 of you that we could just circulate around. So you find them, bring them on in. But thank you. This is great. I'd like to see this in all of our schools.
Mr. Hancock.
Thank you, Chairman Lucas, and thank you all so much. And I just want to second what Ms. Brown has said. This is amazing, and the work you all are doing is amazing work. And the only thing I would, as Ms. Brown said, I'd like to see it in every school. And if it comes to a funding issue, I think internally we have to find a way to fund this thing moving forward. If anything, one of the issues that was touched on was the discrepancies in suspension rates between African Americans and the rest of the population. Well, you get penalized as a school system. You can get penalized monetarily if you exceed something. So if you're thinking about money, it would actually, and I don't think about it like this, but it would save money going down the road. But money aside, the change that you're making in young people's lives is an amazing thing. And this was just heartwarming to watch this presentation. And after you hear so much bad news out there, to hear news like this is always good to hear. Thank you all so much.
Thank you.
Ms. McGraw.
Thank you very, very much for this presentation. It was awesome. I just want to say that about 4 years ago, Ms. Wilson and I attended a state board meeting, and we met Dr. Green, and she talked to us about her dreams for this program. So this is utterly amazing to see her dreams come to fruition. It's especially outstanding to hear our young students talk about the value, and I'm sure this is something they'll carry with them for the rest of their lives. It'll be ingrained in them. I thank you, our community members, Mr. Barnett, for your willingness to serve and talking about the fact that more community members need to be engaged, because I think that will help with the success of the program. But also I want to mention the leadership, because it takes the leadership in the schools to be able to set the tone and have your staff become committed. Because if they don't, we all know if they don't buy into it, then it's not going to work. So thank you all very much for your leadership, and Mr. Wade for your participation and giving credit to the administration for carrying it forward. So thank you all very, very much.
Thank you.
Thanks. Just have a couple comments, and I too want to thank Mr. Barnett I think this is just an excellent example of when we say, you know, we need the community to help us. I mean, this is, you can't find a better example than this. And the passion with which you spoke was really evident, so thank you. Nolan, keep up the great work. Okay, you're doing a good job. And to the younger Mr. Wade, you know, when you were talking, you made a comment and you said, she pushes us, and you kind of smiled when you said it. I noticed that. So good on you. Keep up the great work. And is it Fridays that you meet? And is it Fridays where you need your food? Is that what I got?
Yeah.
About how many people are we talking?
Like 40 now.
Yeah.
Since we got the new people, it's probably like 40, 42.
40 plus a couple of adults? Okay. Okay. Duly noted.
Yep.
What time? What time you meet?
ASAP, so that's like 11:10.
It's from 10:48 to
10:48,
11:48.
Said by a school administrator.
Yeah. Perfect. All right, got it. Well, I just want to thank all of you and keep up the great work. This was a wonderful presentation. And I wanted two other quick things. We mentioned Dr. Green, but you also mentioned Mr. Keith Elkins, and enough can't be said what he does throughout our school system. So I just want to give him a shout out. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, thank you once again to the Westlake team and to the Ryon team, and so you all can see why it was better to have them come and speak to you. And so, and Dr. Green, by the way, was invited today. She just was not able to attend. It would have been nice to have her around to see some of the fruits of her labor, but she knows what's going on. So thank you all very much.
We'll send her the video.
Yeah, that'd be great. Absolutely.
Have it.
Yes,
recorded.
yes. And while they're leaving, I'll just share that having been a part of many of mentor programs similar to this, a recipient as well as a leader of some, I can tell you this is next level stuff here. You know, this is really good stuff. And so glad to hear the support and the thoughts about maybe bringing it to other schools. All right, so they're transitioning out, and I'm transitioning in for the next part of this. So good afternoon once again, Board Chair Lucas, yes, Board Vice Chair Wilson, board members, Dr. Navarro, and staff. I have just a brief oral presentation today, and so the last time I came before you, one of the hot topics of discussion was the school system's decision to sunset our BYOD program, Bring Your Own Device, and our expectations that our schools get back to enforcing our longstanding cell phone rules. And so you'll recall that even some of our students in the room that day chimed in a little bit. And so we received our students' voices very well and thought it does make sense for us to proceed with creating a more formal opportunity to hear from our students, to get their voices on some of the concerns that they have. And so we invited representatives from all of our middle and high schools to join us for a chat on September 17th, and as many of them who could come did attend. That evening, I was joined by the Director of School Safety and Security, Mr. Jason Stoddert, as well as the Director of Technology, Charmaine Thompson, the Director of Communications, Shelley Mackey, Coordinator of Student Activities, Steve Lee, and our SGA Advisor, Gary Winsett. So we spent about 90 minutes or so talking with our young folks that evening about a few different items, from book bags to school safety to internet speed and access, and of course, cell phone rules. And Ms. Abujima was in attendance that evening, so she may have more to chime in regarding this a little later. But in our staff debrief afterwards, our assessment was that our discussion was rich and engaging and informative for us and productive. We listened to the students' perspective, and the students with their concerns, and the students listened as we were able to explain our perspective and rationale for several of the decisions and the rules that we make for the over 27,000 students we have. And our students were very articulate. They were very insightful, and they were just as receptive to us as we were of them, which we made it a point to be. That was the whole idea for us, to be receptive to our students. This really was about their evening, their opportunity to express their concerns. And so in the end, we weren't able to promise immediate changes to our rules and expectations, but we did pledge to the students that their ideas would be reviewed, discussed, and sincerely considered per the very detailed notes that Ms. Willett took for us that evening. And we vowed to the students to continue the internet safety and technology webinars that Ms. Thompson does, that she produces since our sunsetting of BYOD will continue. And actually that is supported by the United States Department of Education, by the way. But by the end of the evening, since there were still some very civil unrest regarding the cell phone rules, we tasked the student group with working together to come up with their ideas, or develop a proposal of their ideas regarding changes that they would like to see with our cell phone rules. And so we advised the students that they would, spend some time getting together, talking about what changes they'd like to see, and then to come back with a proposal for us in December when we plan to get back together. And so we await, to see what they come up with. And we will, again, as I told the students, I wouldn't say it out loud if we weren't truly dedicated or committed to considering what it is that they would offer to us. We acknowledge that the cell phone rules were written, over 10 years ago, so now, and so perhaps there are some things that we can consider. Nonetheless, students have a little homework now that they are working on, and Mr. Winsett is going to be helping them to organize and have that homework assignment done. And then on the staff side of Hot Topics, if you haven't heard, or if the community hasn't heard yet, we will be hosting a virtual town hall style community conversation on school safety on Monday, October 17th. Details of how community members can participate or send in questions or discussion topics in advance can be found on our website under the About tab. I do believe it begins again virtually at 6 o'clock that evening. And so the public, it is open to the public to participate and hear what's going on and have your voices heard. And so that's the conclusion of my oral report for today.
Any questions from anyone? Mr. Hancock?
Thank you, Chairman Lucas. Thank you, Dr. Jones, for the presentation. I don't really have a question so much as just I know that when it comes to cell phone policy, there are some certain things that students don't particularly like. But I just would like to mention to staff, as we do move in whatever direction we're going to, I mentioned this to Mr. Lucas. I actually spoke to a teacher shortly after, a couple weeks after the opening of school. And I asked her how the first couple weeks were, and she said, pretty good. For the first time in several years, a small scuffle broke out in my classroom and no one had their phones out to record it. Mm-hmm. So we've made progress. Mm-hmm. Now, I'm not saying that we can't make change, but I think we have seen some progress in a positive direction, and we don't want to lose that as we move forward. And again, I'm not opposed to the students don't attack me. I'm not saying I'm not saying I'm opposed to any changes. I'm just saying, if we want to keep the positive momentum that is working, and we don't want to lose that as we move forward. And that's just my thinking out loud while I have an opportunity to say it. So
yeah, it was interesting. We had lots of opinions that were shared that evening, and Amir can tell you lots of opinions that were shared that evening. And that was one of the things I tried to point out to the students, is that if we were to ask every single student, the same question about cell phones or what have you, you'd get a different answer. And so it was interesting to hear that at least one or two voices indicated that while the cell phone enforcement, the rule enforcement, was something that is uncomfortable from the beginning, that in some instances they're beginning to kind of get used to it a little bit. I don't want to speak completely for the students, but there are some voices that are out there as well that are understanding, and I think the students that evening at least gained a little bit more insight as to why we make some of the decisions we make. which I don't know that is always known to our students. I think our students know that we have rules, but perhaps they don't always know the full scope of, why we make the decisions we make. And so I think it was a productive meeting, but it just was a couple of interesting things that came out that night. So I hear that momentum, so we will definitely keep that in mind as well.
Thank you, sir.
Absolutely.
Thanks, Mr. Hancock. Yes.
Okay, I think I want to allude to what Mr. Hancock is saying. I 100% agree. You're right, we don't want to reverse the progress that we've made with these cell phone policies. And I've been overseeing the students who attended the work session. They are completing their homework, and they have been drafting these new policies, and they're trying to get the best of both worlds, something that students would agree with, along with continuing to keep that positive momentum that these new policies have created. And then just one comment I would like to make about the work session. I think it was great, very informative. A lot of students, they left that day and they understood exactly why we create these policies, and they were understanding of it, and they were willing to work with them and follow these rules. And one comment I would like to make, and I've already mentioned this to you, I think it's so important that we don't only explain that to the small group of students in that work session, but all students among Charles County. Let them know the reasons why we do stuff. And I feel we will see a little bit less resistance to these policies that we make.
Yeah, that was our receipt. It has been discussed. Yes. Absolutely.
Good. Thank you. Yes. Mr. Winstead.
Yeah, the meeting I thought went pretty well. This guy wanted. Went pretty well as far as that goes. What we're trying to work on now, though, is I have a list of the students that were there, but they didn't have their email addresses there. So the next step is trying to get a hold of the students who were there at the meeting, so we can find a way that they can get together in person to kind of finalize what they're coming up with. Because if they're coming back together in December to reveal their homework, they needed time to get together to work on it. So it's just a matter of now trying to get a hold of advisors and trying to get a hold of students and find out exactly what their emails and contact them, so we can maybe negotiate a place that they can meet and bounce off ideas instead of not just going through the social media aspects, but also tangibly meet together. Because as we all well know, sometimes it's better to have discussion in person than it is just on a social media avenue. So trying to get that the next point in time. From an educator standpoint, I liked the presentation that Mr. Stoddert made. I thought that was pretty enlightening. I think it seems like the students thought that was pretty interesting as well. So that might be something that Mr. Stoddert might be thinking about, maybe showing all the schools. Along those lines, I think I agree with what Amira's mentioning as far as being able to see exactly what the rationale behind the bag policy is, and I think that maybe that can be worked in, maybe even as something as simple as the beginning of the year when they have the grade level assembly, so they can kind of show the students this is what the rationale is. I think if they see that physically, you might get a little bit less pushback.
Dr. Navarro.
So, when I think about how we grow student leadership in this school system, part of what we need to think about is how, something Amira actually said at MABE that stuck with me, how we seek the input of policies, rules, changes to policies and rules, and bring that common feedback. And so one of the things that we are working on and still getting better at is, as we bring policies to the board or recommendations for rules to the superintendent, how are we engaging the student voice, not when it's already baked and we are discussing how we bake the pie, but we're actually making the pie. And I think we have a lot of places that we need to grow in that. We will be talking about other topics that frankly we haven't gotten student input on, including, for example, calendar. And I hope that when we talk about the calendar, some of my students who've been with us for, say, 13 years or somewhere about there will take some time to give us feedback. So we need to actively do that, and I'm just glad that we have Gary, whose role it is to convene people and go through all the logistics. I mean, I can look up students and figure out where they live, what were their grades when they were little. We have enough information about students, and I think we can easily figure out the logistics, but I think it's bringing that student voice, and I hope that this board has been really, really open to that, and future boards, that they ask, not only did you talk to parents, did you talk to the community at large, but also were students part of the voicing of the things that we do for them, because that's an important piece. So just very, very happy how receptive my staff is at thinking about how you create a work session rather than a presentation. And I just want to commend Dr. Jones because, you know, he is thinking about, okay, give me some feedback, and then we'll bring that feedback and we'll incorporate it in the work that we do. And I think that's just very important. So kudos to him and his team. And then my hope is that we do a lot more of that, and the board also asks how were student voices taking place to shape future agenda items.
Thank you. Dr. Jones, you mentioned BYOD and you mentioned cell phones. Were those kind of the heavy hitters in what you discussed?
Yes,
I know book bags is something that.
Yes, those were the heavy hitters of cell phones. We actually looked at it and found that of the 90 minutes, 42 of those minutes were spent talking about the cell phone rules. So so that was a big part of it. But the book bag discussion and demonstration that Mr. Stoddert provided is what Mr. Winsett alluded to. I think that was pretty helpful. For those who don't know, he talked about the reasons that we don't want students necessarily walking around the buildings with their book bags all day. And we did have to explain to the students that sometimes the rules come up because of unfair kind of situations where a few have made it difficult for a lot. And so Mr. Stoddart's presentation was talking about those students who have brought weapons to school or have you know, that's something that's on their mind. And so how this happens with book bags, and whether it's a clear bag or whether it's a regular bag or a bigger bag or smaller bag. And so he did a pretty compelling demonstration with a replica fake weapon in a bag and held it up for the students to see, and they really couldn't see it or didn't know. And so his point was that in a clear bag, someone who has this might be a little bit more nervous about who sees it or something to that effect. You know, in a bigger bag, they're not nervous at all. In a laptop sleeve, they are going to be concerned because he held that up. He could see the outline of the weapon. And so it was just a pretty compelling, I think, demonstration that he did, and you know, in order to get students to understand again, it's not about wanting to take away something that you know, we believe students really need, but at the same time, we do want to ensure that we are doing everything possible to keep, you know, students safe.
Very good. Well, thank you very much.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you.
Yes, you have a question?
Oh, shoot, I needed this. Sorry. I would like to third the explaining of these policies to more common student public. I would say I am one of the voices that you referenced about understanding the lack of cell phones and how that can benefit students. But I think / hypothesize that we often, students, parents, teachers, underestimate the emotional environment at which policies are held. Like if there's a lot of tension and weird or slightly unhealthy social dynamics, rules are less likely to be followed. So I think if we look at how, like different 1, 2, 3 strike policies and how we go about enforcing rules matters a bit more than how lenient and how much we want to have phones in schools. Like there's benefits to having phones in schools, there's benefits on both sides, but how we go about things step by step kind of matters just as much as what you choose. That's my thought.
Yeah. Thanks for your comments, and as Dr. Jones indicated, it's a work in progress, and we're going to revisit it next month. Yes, Ms. Thompson.
Yeah, I just wanted to add one additional comment. I attended the session with Dr. Jones and students. I also thought it went very well, and I also wanted to speak to a couple of comments I think a student made here at the board, as well as at that session part of the argument to continue to allow to use their cell phone was that the computer that they were using was very slow and outdated. Since then, I did speak to those students offline, which they were both using loaners because the device they were issued had broken. So since then, the 1,000 of devices that we had on back order finally came in last week. So we made an aggressive attempt to ensure that every student that was using a loaner or slower device was swapped out, as well as I've been having my engineer team since the summer go out to all classrooms, ensuring and double checking our access points and making sure the connections, specifically even in our proximity classrooms where they're doing virtual learning, was efficient and running fast. So I think what I at least tried to do in my area was to mitigate those issues of students who complained of slow devices or internet, intermittentness in a classroom. So I think that could help as well. These are growing pains you're just going to go through. And one other thing I spoke to with the students is also adapting to a change environment of an addiction of having their phone all the time, and also teaching them the healthy balance of having when to use your phone and when to put it away. So a student spoke, and I did agree to do more information sessions with students on internet safety and having that healthy balance, because we all are. We can't go 5 minutes without picking our phones and checking it. So I think that's another part of the conversation, is having a healthy balance. So I appreciate the students' perspective. They were speaking that they'd like to have some kind of accountability in that as well. But I just wanted to add that note.
Well, thank you very much. I appreciate that. Okay, we're going to take a break now. We're going to come back at 3:15. Welcome back, everybody. We're back for our board meeting of October 11th. And now we're going to hear from Mr. Heim and Mr. Andritz.
Good afternoon, everyone. Today I'm joined by Steve Andritz, who's our Director of Planning and Construction. Project status was updated to board docs. We're just going to quickly highlight a couple projects on the project status, and we'll entertain any questions that board members may have. First project we'd like to highlight is the McDonough Stadium field turf. That project, in terms of the installation of the field turf, is complete. There is still some ongoing work with the stormwater management ponds that supplement the field. But on Wednesday, September 28th, McDonough had both a girls and boys soccer game. So it was the first games that were competitively played on that field, and there were games then that followed on that Thursday and Friday, and since then there have been several games, and the football team has also had their first home game at that field. So we were excited that project is finally coming to a close. And the second project we'd like to highlight is Eva Turner and an award that we recently received for that project. So at this point, I'll turn it over to Mr. Andritz.
Thank you. So on Eva Turner, the contractor submitted for the ABC, the Associated Builders and Contractors, Chesapeake Shore, for an award for construction of new buildings or renovations of buildings in the range of $10 to $25 million. And Eva Turner was selected as the recipient. So the Chesapeake Shores represents, ABC represents builders and contractors across the country, and they have different chapters. Maryland has 4 chapters. The Chesapeake Shores chapters represents all of the Eastern Shore, Southern Maryland, and Annapolis. And so it's a pretty nice honor to be selected for that, and we were very pleased when we found out, and so that's a pretty significant award. We're happy about that.
Nice. Congratulations.
Yep.
Very good news. Okay. Any questions on the project status update for anyone?
Mr. Chair, I would add that, we provide updates like via social media. It would be really nice if a picture of you gentlemen holding that award, that's a good thing. That's a positive thing. Shows, all the hard work. And that's a good news story to share with the public. Thank you.
When are we delivering that to the school? Where does it go? Does it
Technically,
go
they
to the
don't
school?
necessarily go to the school.
Oh, okay.
When we get awards like that, they
Go to your
sometimes
office.
end in our office.
Okay, so Shelley will take the picture. Shelley's folks will take the picture.
We are working with Mr. Lesko, the principal at Eva Turner, so he's thrown out several dates in late November and early December to do the rededication of that building. So this is something we will definitely highlight as part of that evening.
Okay, very good.
All right, thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, next up is Miss Miller. Everything we need to know about the blueprint.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am Chris Miller, your Blueprint Implementation Coordinator for Charles County. Oh, get this started over here. Oh, yeah. All right. So I'm here for a monthly update. I wanted to share with you some information that was shared at one of the AIB meetings since the last time that we met. They are giving some guiding principles. We are eagerly anticipating the AIB's draft comprehensive plan, which is slated to, the law states October 15th, but that falls on a Saturday. So I do anticipate it on Monday, the 17th. And so some guiding principles that they've shared with us as reminders that our district's implementation plan should be aligned to that blueprint comprehensive plan once it is finalized. On December 1st, again, that's a draft plan that's coming out mid-October. Plans need to be actionable and concise. They should cover implementation of all 5 of the pillars as they are applicable. They will require state and local agencies to consider how we do things differently. And as you know, we have been meeting for over a year now with our steering committees to really think outside of the box and to think about how we implement these requirements of the blueprint. There is different timing throughout the blueprint when things have to be fully implemented, and that's going to be reflective in the plan. So here's a potential timeline for LEA implementation, and again, notice that word potential. We're looking at having a deadline of March 15th to submit what they're referring to as phase 1 of the plan. And there is this continual process where we're going to be refining what we're doing. It's very data-driven. It needs to be actionable. And they're looking at different deadlines for parts of this plan to be implemented up through 2032, which I know that seems like a long ways away. But when you think about the big picture, the blueprint, it's not supposed to hit us in the face so suddenly. There are steps that we have been taking for several years now, funding formulas that have come in that represent this idea of this idea that we can, we're not doing things just for compliance purposes. We're really trying to change the narrative and change what we do. So with that, plans, again, they'll be submitted in phases. Initial plans will cover the objectives under each of the pillars within the first 3 years within those deadlines. Again, I said they'll be updated each year. Some of our tasks of the work will be completed by state or local entities, like the professional development system that's going to be developed by MSDE. And data from fiscal year 22 will serve as baseline data for measuring progress. So again, this information we're hoping to get from the AIB, this implementation plan that's a draft. We are looking at holding some town hall meetings so we can seek feedback from our stakeholders here in Charles County to submit to the AIB before they present their final implementation plan. So tentatively, the AIB has a meeting, they have several meetings that are scheduled for November 10th, where stakeholders can participate and provide feedback on that draft plan. The PSAM, the Public School Superintendents of Maryland, they are organizing us as Blueprint Implementation Coordinators, where we will be diving into the Blueprint implementation plan, and we will be working with superintendents to help get feedback from them and from the LEAs as well. I am on the agenda for the principals meeting to seek feedback from our administrators. We're looking also at our 5 steering committees. They're going to look at the Blueprint implementation plan during the months of October and November. We're going to collect feedback from them. The EACC is hosting a town hall meeting on November 1st where they've invited me to speak and to talk about the plan. They're going to collect evidence and they're going to collect feedback from their membership that they're going to submit to the AIB. And on November 7th, we have tentatively scheduled a town hall meeting where we're going to advertise to our stakeholder groups here in Charles County. We're going to send, I've been working with the Office of Communications with this. We're going to allow them to submit any questions that they have in advance so we know how we can plan to best serve through this town hall. We're going to collect survey information and we're going to submit it to the AIB on their behalf. We're also going to give them the tools necessary to, the AIB will have an email and a form survey where we'll give them information where they can comment on their own if they prefer to do so. But our goal is really to get a wide variety of stakeholders to look at what the AIB's plan will look like before they make it a not draft, a final implementation plan by December 1st. Just a reminder on our Blueprint for Maryland's Future, our quick links. It can be found on our website on the top right-hand corner under quick links, Blueprint for Maryland's Future. Information about all of our reports that we have submitted in the past are there, and our monthly updates that we send to you, our board members and our county commissioners are included in that quick link. Any questions for me?
Any questions from anyone? Yeah, so for those of us who were at MABE this past weekend, we certainly got a couple presentations on the blueprint. It was interesting how some of the language came across depending on who was speaking, either MSDE or the AIB. So I'm sure there are things that are going to have to get worked out. But just want to make sure I read this right. So by 1 December, where am I at? We are, well, not just we, but the AIB is, maybe I'm making that date up.
No, you're absolutely right.
Okay.
December 1st is when the final implementation plan comes to us.
Okay.
And we have until March 15th to submit the first draft. If you look back, the first phase of the actual plan is due.
Okay. Yeah, very good. Yes, Dr. Navarro?
Yes, and Mr. Lucas, one of the things we're trying to do here, because I think when we're reviewed, this is the community engagement and input, and so one of the things that I tasked Chris to work on is as soon as the AIB releases what their template's gonna look like, what's gonna be our way to get multiple community engagement and feedback and give it as Charles County back to the AIB. I can always give my feedback through PSAM and MABE. You can do so also as a body through MABE. But I think it'll just be important for us to bring in some community members that have been on our work groups, and other community members that have shown an interest in this, for us to collectively also give some feedback as a county.
Okay, thank you. Yes, Ms. McGraw?
I heard you say there's going to be a town hall with EACC and the teachers. How much information has been rolled out to the teachers regarding, I'll just throw it out, national board certified bump in salary? How much information have they been given regarding what's going to take place for them?
Well, that has been advertised heavily through the Office of Professional Learning because of the opportunities that they have to receive some help as far as getting the process paid for to get National Board Certified. And all of the information that we share with you and the board and the county commissioners is also shared with the EACC as well. So those same updates are sent to Mr. Heil and Ms. Pipkin from the EACC as well. The first town hall meeting that we had with the EACC, they were very cooperative and very nice to invite all teachers to learn about the blueprint regardless of whether or not they were members. So I would like to thank them for that because it's certainly something they didn't have to do. So maybe that's something they will think about for the November update. Put the pressure on you, Mr. Heil.
I attended the conference as well, but one of the breakout sessions that I went to was about the teacher, I don't know how to put it, the levels of engagement from teaching to mentor to master to what, and I learned a lot. It's a lot to absorb, as well as that for administrators. So I was just wondering how much familiarity our staff has with what's coming.
It's a lot, but one of the things that the AIB, Rachel Heiss, who is the executive director, has really cautioned us when it comes to the career ladders is they haven't defined everything. There are certain things that have been, there are certain things with the 4 levels, but a lot of what is in the career ladders will be negotiated and will be different between each LEA. So they have cautioned us with the amount of digging in deeply when it comes to that. It's kind of putting the cart before the horse a little bit.
Well, just as an aside, that's unfortunate because then there's going to be a lot of speculation out there of what it might be and what it's not actually going to be.
Right, but again, it's a lot of it is negotiate. It's a negotiation piece.
And I didn't know that either.
Miss Majors, within the blueprint, there is allowed to be a like a career ladder development board, and Miss Majors has reached out to the EACC to really talk about what that's going to look like. Okay. So that would be separate than the steering committees that we already have.
Okay, thank you.
I think if this is ongoing work, because we're gonna hire hundreds of teachers every single year, and I think if you went in at random and grabbed a teacher, it's a complicated topic, right? Like, I even spend time studying and then understanding what happens next and what's the next sort of move of defining pieces of it. So it is quite complicating. We don't have everything worked out. I think there's a conceptual theoretical framework right now that people could understand. But one thing I will say is I will point to the website, and I think we need to point everybody to the website. We made a short video just giving you some context as a citizen, as a staff member, and then there's links there that you can spend some time reading about. And we're gonna have to do different engagements. It's not just the ACC, but their role is a big one as representing teachers and administrators. But we're just gonna have to do a lot of educating, and some of it is also for senior leadership as things are defined, which I think it's gonna be the next several years. I mean, this is gonna be the work for the next several years.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Thank you, Ms. Miller. See you next month.
Yeah.
Mr. Schwartz.
Good afternoon. I have two items on the agenda this afternoon. The first is the draft of the legislative positions that the board will be taking in the 2023 legislative session. As you know, we take each year's legislative positions and update it as we go. The updates this coming year would be to add a statement concerning pre-K funding for facilities under the blueprint that we think will be necessary to address in the General Assembly session. We took out some references to COVID that we think are outdated in the position paper, but other than that, our positions are pretty solid, and we've been following those positions for many years on most of these issues. We have a legislative breakfast scheduled for November 28th. We'll be presenting this to our legislators at that time. This will come back to the board at the November board meeting for final adoption. We can certainly discuss it. If you have any questions now, we can address those, but we'll bring it back at the November meeting as well.
So you can see the strike-throughs and additions that Mr. Schwartz made. Any questions from anyone? Like you said, you can see it again, but I think it's pretty straightforward.
The second issue I'll be addressing is an update to board policies. As you know, legislation in the 2021 session changed the makeup of our board from an 8-member board to a 10-member board starting in January of 2023. That change necessitates a change in our quorum. Currently, the quorum is 5 members. It's half of the board plus 1, so it's 5 members that makes up a quorum, and our board policies reflect that. We have to make a change for the incoming board so that when they have 10 members on the board, the quorum then will increase to 6 members. And there are 4 policies that address that quorum number, and bringing those forward today as an information item so that it'll be coming back at the November meeting as a report item for final adoption at the December meeting as probably the last item you'll be addressing at that meeting for this current board, so that the new board can start in January with that quorum of 6 rather than 5. So that's also on the in board docs with the strikeout and additions noted.
Any questions or comments from anybody? All right, very good. Thank you, Mr. Schwartz. Ms. Mackey.
Today, I'm here to talk about the calendar, next year's calendar, and I know you all know my name, but I printed that out, so I'm going to bring it up front today. So next year's calendar, school year 23-24, and basically what this presentation is, it's a PowerPoint of the 2 drafts that are posted to board docs. So you'll see that it's all of the 2 calendars combined in slides, just so I could walk through it and talk to you about it during the presentation. So I do want to start off and tell you that staff approached this year's calendar a little bit differently from prior years. In prior years' times, the calendar was drafted by just a handful of staff members here, in working with the Department of Instruction, maybe a few other different staff members. It really wasn't a collective process where there was any kind of large committee put together. So for this calendar year, a calendar committee was created that included folks from different departments. The offices here, Office of Teaching and Learning, Budget, Payroll, the Office of Supporting Services, Human Resources. We had a representative from each of those groups on our calendar committee, as well as we invited the membership from both the AFSCME president as well as the EACC president. So the calendar committee met in the spring, developed kind of some dates for the coming school year, and then reconvened just a few weeks ago to take a look at 2 drafts that after the initial meeting in the spring were put together. So the drafts that I'll present today do have feedback from the committee. These drafts were also shared with the senior leadership team for feedback. I believe we discussed the drafts in 2 of our meetings recently. So there was more of a collective effort this year moving forward to get more initial feedback before just having, just a handful of folks putting it together. So both of the options to be presented for next year are pre-Labor Day start dates. They both have 180 required student attendance days, the 190 contracted teacher work days. They have the negotiated teacher planning dates in here, as well as their report card preps. But how they differ is one calendar follows the format that we have this current year, where our inclement weather days are built in at the end of June. We don't utilize those days. We back them off the end of the calendar. If we do use that time, you have students that are maybe coming in the last couple of days of school where maybe, lessons are complete. You may have kids who aren't necessarily as engaged the second week in June versus maybe an option, here it's option 1, but building those dates maybe earlier into the calendar so that we can maximize that instructional time. So the first draft that I want to review is the option that has built-in weather days. So I'm going to skip through this. This is pretty standard for July, August. We have our typical teacher return date, the 3rd week in August, students coming back the last Monday in August. We have a couple of holidays built in here. We also, in November, this is a shift from what we have in the current calendar, where on that November 10th, rather than having an early dismissal built in that day for teachers, we are proposing to have a full professional development day for staff. So that's a change from this year. But if you move forward to March, if you look at Friday, March 1st, we've identified that day as a possible weather day number 1. You good? Okay. That's an identified possible inclement weather day number 1. So in the calendar count here, it's already a closure day for teachers and for students. But say the week prior, if we're looking at February 26th, we have a storm that weekend, we can't open schools on Monday the 26th. Then maybe we place that day, we open up on Friday, March the 1st. So that's the idea kind of behind having those days built in. If you scroll into April, the same theory behind Friday, April 19th is a possible weather day number 2, as well as into May 20th, which is a Monday, having that as a possible weather day 3. And then there is a 4th inclement weather day built into the end of this calendar year in June. Historically, since 2017, 2016, we've averaged about a 3-day inclement weather day use. I just think it's a good idea. We discussed it with the calendar committee about having that 4th day there just to have it as a resource. So is this model making sense when I talk about why we're building these days in? We have that day in March, April, and May.
Yeah.
Okay.
Questions around that when you're done.
Okay. I just see the faces, so that's why I was asking real quick. I wanted to pause on that. You want me to move forward?
Go ahead. Go ahead, Jen.
Go ahead, Ms. Abel.
How much notice are we going to be giving teachers and parents?
So if this is the model that we move forward with, if this is the option that the board chooses to approve, we talked about giving at least 2 weeks notice so that parents know that, hey, Friday, March 1st, my children will now be going to school. Teachers know that they have to report for work that day. Ideally, I know that we could have an inclement weather day on the day before, on Thursday, March 29th. Obviously, we can't turn around and open up schools the next day. So then we would maybe consider moving and making that day up on Friday, April 19th, where you have a couple weeks' time to notify the community so that everybody is aware of that shift. So again, if this is the model that the board ends up ultimately approving, or even a modified version, we would really have to communicate in the beginning of the school year how this model will work, just so parents understand where those 3 days are, why they're there, but how much notice that we would give them that their children would be coming to school that day and that teachers would be reporting as well. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, I just have a lot of concern moving to this, like as for the teachers, a lot of times when schools are closed, they
Right.
don't make appointments or
Right.
so forth, so I can see us, 2 weeks' notice is not a lot of time,
Right.
especially if you're trying to make medical appointments
Right.
for 3 months out.
Right.
Just
So-
concern.
What? So let's just take this March day, for example. March the 1st, schools are closed. Typically, teachers are doing other things educationally related that day. Conferences or
No, these 3 days built into this calendar, teachers would not report to work. So it's part of, if they came in to work for those 3 days, then this calendar model would have 193 days versus their 190 contracted day. So our offices would be open, your 12-month folks, like here at Central, would be here. But it would be a closure day for teachers and students.
Okay, all right, explains that.
And can I
Yeah.
just give some context of explaining? So currently, our calendar has weather days at the end of the year, correct? And if they're not used, it's just towards the end of the year.
Right.
Or if they are used, we just extend, but we are extending learning days in June. So one of the ideas, and Dr. Gill led the committee in this discussion that came up in the discussion, because we really did ask the committee, what do you think about something different? What is the maximization of those 4, and I think we have them as half days, right, in our calendars at the end of the school year?
Right, we went and looked at, I think even this year, there was additional 2-hour early dismissals that necessarily didn't need to be there. So this model here has just the 2 for report card prep. There were basically 2 teacher planning days at the end of the school year, teacher planning 9, teacher planning 10, and then 2 additional days that are contracted report card prep. So we built those 2-hour early dismissals, those last 2 teacher planning days, earlier into the calendar year.
And so the idea that was brought up to this committee, and hence why this option's coming forward to the board, is if you have to make up a snow day, is it more likely that it'll be a full instructional learning day if it's during the academic year versus towards the end of the year when, we're closing down shop? And so that's what it brings up, and that's why this idea was brought forward.
It's definitely different than what we've proposed before.
Ms. McGraw?
I understand the concept, but I'm having a hard time understanding why schools are closed on those days. What's happening on March the 1st?
Nothing, they're just days that were put into the calendar that we thought maybe would be kind of around the time frame in which maybe we would have inclement weather by that time frame, so we could open that day. So when I look at this model, I think, okay, March 1st, it's likely that we may or may not have winter weather in February, but maybe the first, second week in March, maybe we would have to close for a day, and then we could share in advance to the community, hey, Friday, April 19th is gonna be a school day for kids and for teachers. That's the thought process behind building this model and putting those days in earlier on than putting them in at June.
Ms. Abel?
So why wouldn't we list them as open days and possible weather day as closure? I mean,
They're closed unless we have to make up a day. They would be.
Yeah.
I don't get why they closed.
yeah. I see that being extremely difficult, not only the teachers, but on parents that put in time off around the school calendar.
Right.
Okay, Mr. Hancock?
Thank you, Ms. Mackey. I appreciate it. I have some concerns about it too, but just a question for Dr. Navarro. Typically, on a typical calendar, when do we make the call that the last day of the school is the last day of school?
So we talked to Mr. Heim, and we wait probably until May sometimes because we don't know if we're going to get floods. So it's not just snow. We've had some instances this past year where we had some flooding situations, and so we really wait very much. And I don't know, Linda, also if really until the springtime. So what we say to families is we circle back with them. And confirm the date. Shelley, when did you send it out last year? I remember a communication.
April or May.
Yeah, sending a communication confirming. Now we feel 99.9%, but
Right.
you know, pending weather. So we try to remind our parents and our staff and our students that anything could happen if we have, you know, some kind of terrible thing happening. We may have to extend late at some point. Again, or we may request a waiver, but the waiver could be denied at the state level. So that's why those June dates, we ask families not to book trips until we're making sure that we have those 4 kind of ghost days, if you will, weather days holding. We don't start any programs until after that time.
So this is just a model to consider. I'm going to move forward, if the board is okay with that, to option number 2, which is the traditional format. It's the format that we're following currently. We had a pre-Labor Day start date. We've got 2 days out in September, same with 1 in October for students. We've got a full PD day for teachers on November the 10th. Schools are closed for students. The 3-day Thanksgiving holiday. We've got a week of winter break here. We've got the standard dates in January, President's Day. We're continuing in this model as well as the option 1 and having that spring break before Easter as we shifted to this current school year. And then we get to June, and here we've identified, you can look up in the box that is labeled 27 and 28 at the top, but there's language there that indicates there's 4 inclement weather days built into the calendar. If they're not used, they're deleted from the end of the school year. But you can see that we do have those solo 2 report card prep dates there. We've moved those additional 2-hour early dismissals for teacher planning earlier on into the school year. So some of our parents are used to having those 4 days as early dismissals at the end of the school year. These 2 models, we shifted that time earlier on throughout the quarters. So this is your typical model. Really, the 2 changes are that shift to the full-day professional development for teachers in November, and then moving the 2-hour early dismissals for teacher planning earlier up in the calendar year. Are there any questions on this model?
So as I look at this, I think, as Dr. Navarro indicated, the idea is that if kids would be going to school in the first model, they'd be getting a full day of school, vice a half day, which is typically what happens at the end in our traditional calendar. And they'd be getting that earlier in their school year, vice the end of the school year.
Mm-hmm.
So, Ms. Abel.
I must be confused or not getting something, because it seems like they both are ending on June 11th.
Well, that was my next question. Yeah, I was hoping maybe.
Right, so the previous model has 4 days built in. There's those 3 days already closed. There's a 4th day in there just for some buffer space in option number 1. So if we eliminated that 4th day out and stuck with those 3 days that we already have designated as closed dates on those 2 Fridays and that Monday, then that's the 180, the 190. But adding that date in June in the option 1, there's actually an extra day added on. But if we wouldn't use it, we would pull it back and we would meet the 180, 190 rule.
So no matter which way we go, we're still ending on 6/11.
If there's, because there's 4, both of the models are built in with 4 days. Now, we could build in 3 inclement weather days, and then we would just, it would be at the will of the board where those dates would be added if we would go ahead and add them on the end of the year in June.
And again, I think I understand the mindset behind this, and that at the end of the year, the argument could be that the students aren't as engaged, and so even though they're getting a day of school, they're really only a half day of school. So by having these days earlier in the year, they would benefit more academically.
Mm-hmm.
But I appreciate all the concerns that you bring up. People make appointments around known days off, and if those change, then.
But going by what you said, I also think it's a moot point, because the end of the school year is the end of the school year, whether it's the 11th or the 7th or the 1st. They're going to be excited and not listening either way.
I never use those words. Your point is taken.
So one way to think about it from an academics perspective, and as people think about these things, is it potentially gives you additional instructional days before major assessments happen in the spring.
Okay.
The major assessments that are happening in the spring are usually happening in late May, sometimes dipping into early June. And those are AP exams, a lot of the national assessments, as well as the last round of our internal assessments, although we push those into June a little bit. And so that's sort of the thought around it, that you get kids to have full academic days in case there's those inclement weather days. And so they would end, instead of ending the week of June 10th, they'll end sometime on the week of June 3rd. And they will have had those instructional pieces. But this is a community conversation, and I think it's very important to get the feedback from everybody, from staff, from parents, in places, from students as well. I know Amir is going to help me get the word out, and the students in the back are also going to study these. But so there's an academic perspective. There's also, in other places where they institute these kinds of calendars that start looking at time differently, they very much do tell people, pretend that these are school days so that you don't book your last minute trip, your doctor's appointment, because you see it as a potential hit or miss. And most of the time we are averaging, and I know last year was terrible weather time, but most of the time we tend to have days by the time we're hitting these months, and hence why they're built in those, at those times. Yeah, so it's just something that I think it's interesting to consider.
Ms. Sapel?
Thank you for that, and your point about the academics and getting it in before testing and so forth is very valid point. If we end up going with the first option, the newer way, I would just stress that communication, and as you said, let people know these may be pulled back, don't make appointments. Communication is going to be the key on making sure that doesn't blow back.
Right.
Oh, Mr. Hancock.
Thank you, Chairman Lucas, and I do agree. I'll be honest with you, I'm probably not going to vote for the first option. I think it's pretty obvious, and the reason being is, if we have to act as if that is a school day, and even if you give 2 weeks notice, parents have to take off work. I just cannot see the community accepting this. Now, I could be wrong, and I guess that's where we have to do our part and at least present these two options to the community. Right. If they love it, then I'll vote for it, but I just don't think they're going to like it, and I'm probably not going to vote for it. So. But we have to keep in mind, my wife, for instance, I can look at our school calendar for this year, and she's got stuff written on it in June. Mm-hmm. She's just like that. She bases doctor's appointments, haircuts, dentist appointments on half days and days off school, and any little twitch to that can, disrupt a lot of plans. I like a more solid calendar personally. That's just my opinion. I can certainly appreciate a change in an option anyway, so thank you.
Right. So with all of that feedback said, it's been a couple years since we have done a calendar survey. So the Office of Communications can put together a survey. I can work with the Office of Accountability to get some questions together. and put these two options out there and get feedback from parents, staff, community members, students as well, and bring that data to the board next month.
Good.
That's
a good idea.
Yeah, I think looking at the heads, that's the will of the board, so
Okay.
that would be good.
Thank you.
Thank
All
you.
right. Thanks, Ms. Mackey. All right, next on the agenda, is there any unfinished business before the board? All right, seeing none, is there any new business before the board? Seeing none, future agenda items. Miss Wilson.
And I don't know if this could be, if it's the will of the board, if it could be done either a weekly update or a presentation as we move into the holiday season, mental health. You know, we're always concerned about mental health, but particularly when we're moving into the holiday season and taking a more of a proactive approach versus a reactive approach. If we could remind folks what resources are available. Sometimes these things kick off and there's a trend in the wrong direction, and it's always better to be proactive and staying ahead of the game. If it's the will of the board, and either weekly update or social media or a staff update.
I think, and it is a very good point. I think in the past we have done something on the website. That's probably, the social media route is probably the best way to disseminate it. And just understanding, you just want to make sure everyone knows the resources that are available. We can actually discuss it at our planning meeting for the agenda planning session.
And then the second thing is, can we have a staff update on public-private partnerships?
So, we will have that. As you know, we have a standing committee in our next meeting, and that includes Ms. Abel, myself, 2 commissioners, 2 senators, and 2 delegates. We have a meeting later this month. We gave an update at the last meeting, and I think when we have to have something back by the end of the year, and obviously the board will see that before it goes up. So, I mean, that'll come before the board, but I think Mr. Heim has forwarded all the information to date from those meetings.
The next meeting is Thursday, October 27th at 1 o'clock.
Yeah.
With that said, I think the public, because this is a major proposal, and I think the public needs to be, there definitely needs to be some sort of a public presentation, not only about public-private partnerships, but the other options that are being considered.
So there's nothing to report at this point because there hasn't been a determination if anything is going to happen. The purpose of the group is because it was mandated by the last year's legislation, and the title of the book was, or the title of the group was, a feasibility of implementing P3 effort. So there's nothing that says that it's absolutely going to happen, but rather to look to see if it's a viable option for Charles County. And the other options, the other funding options have all been presented publicly at board meetings and in this P3 group, but that can all be part of the final report that goes out, and certainly the public can see that. But to date, there's no final answer on what, if anything, will happen.
Do you bring the option that is recommended by the committee back to the board for a vote?
I'd have to look. Is that in the? I'd have to look at the legislation.
To our
Yeah.
elected board, to the elected board, for the county commissioners, and we
Yeah.
have to provide a report to the various state level stakeholders.
Yeah.
I would think that we as a board, the will of the board would be afforded an opportunity.
Sure, but again, there's been no decision, even if there's anything going forward. So.
Yeah, understood. It's just,
Yeah.
but the clock is ticking. I mean, if,
And we have met several times, and as Mr. Himes said, we're going to meet later this month. And the minutes have been sent. The minutes will be sent out just as they have in the past. So I do have one other thing to bring up for the board's consideration. Had a meeting with the superintendent and the student board member, and Amir, jump in anytime you'd like. But and we used to do this. We used to, before COVID came, we had town halls. We had town halls with the EACC and with AFSCME, and Ms. Abajima was wondering if something similar could happen with the students, and we had it with the public too, for that matter. And seeing as how there's going to be a turnover in the board, there's a lot of corporate knowledge here, and before that all goes away, to have just as we've done before, a meeting where some students, and that'll be left for Amir to figure out how that happens, to show up with their questions, and honestly, it's probably more of a staff thing, and it might be very similar to what we heard earlier today from Dr. Jones. But if there's issues around or questions around policies, then of course that's a board purview thing. So I just wanted to gauge the board to see if that's something that we could do. I'm thinking in November at a work session, either before the work session or in place of the work session. And it would, as before, we would allot about an hour and a half for that.
For the general public, for the staff, and for the kids? Which one?
This is just for the students.
Oh, just for the students?
So I mentioned those other things because those are all things that we've done in the past, but I don't believe in the past we ever did one for students unless they came out as part of participating in the general public. But it would allow her some time to however she wants to figure out to gather questions, and then as I understood it, you'd have those students that ask the question that's going to be submitted to you somehow. They could show up and ask that question, and we would have dialogue. So if that's okay with the board, we can schedule that. Did I capture that?
Yeah,
correctly?
You pretty much got it. So basically, a lot of students, they've come to me and they've expressed how they wish there was an opportunity for them to ask questions to the board members themselves. Because a lot of times it either has to go through me and it's not direct. So one of the ways I was thinking of doing this was first just addressing maybe putting out a Google or Microsoft form where I could ask students, what kind of questions do you want to ask? And then from there, just kind of identify what concerns or what questions they want to ask you guys, and then invite some students out to ask those questions themselves. And then hopefully this meeting could be recorded so students who aren't in attendance in person can watch it virtually and see those questions answered.
Okay. And having heard that, Dr. Navarro, is that something that would be amenable to you and your staff?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Sure.
Okay, I see a sure. I see heads up and down. Okay, so I think we'll tentatively say at the November work session.
During the November work session or before?
Before, assuming that we will have a November work session, which is probably highly likely. But yes, so, yes, because of other things, of course. So yes, before the work session. So I think before we started maybe at 4 o'clock or something, and then downstairs. But we'll work out those details.
That's a busy day. Legislative breakfast that day.
All right, thanks. Any other? If future agenda items.
It's not a future agenda item, but it speaks to Ms. Wilson's request. I just wanted a point of information. I attended a session on service dogs in the schools. And a number of schools, especially in our surrounding areas, have them. And St. Mary, the president of the board from St. Mary's was talking about the value of the service dogs after the Great Mills shootings. Do we have any such program here?
We had an incident in Metula last year where we brought in service dogs as therapy dogs. Kathy has a connection locally, and they are in other agencies. They're not part of our agency, and they will be brought in with their handler
Right.
for specific situations, and we have brought them
Okay.
in at different times. I can tell you, I know for a fact that they had them at Metula for a couple of days.
Okay, well, that was good to know, because the presentations was outstanding, and they talked about the rapport that the students, especially those that may have had emotional problems, they seemed to help calm them, and they even read to the dogs, and that, helped some of the kids that had, were struggling readers. So I just saw some value in that and wondered.
And
good
Ms.
to know
McGraw,
they have it.
you're making me think about being more proactive, because we bring them in when there's a situation and it's more after the fact of a tragic event sometimes. But I'm going to make a note in our follow-ups with Kathy, Kevin, also about just thinking proactively, maybe with some of our students. And the reading to the dog, there's wonderful programs also that go to shelters, and kids take their books and read to dogs in shelters, in dog shelters. And it's very
Yeah,
neat to
great.
see. So thank you, yep.
Thank you.
So I'll share a quick story, and I'm sure it happens, or I know it happens at a lot of colleges, but in Chapel Hill, before finals week, there was this area called the Pit, and they brought in a bunch of dogs, just so that
They
just
talked
so the-
about that as
just so
well.
the kids, a bunch of dogs that you sit there and because dogs are great. So
Period.
yeah, period, exactly. All right, if
Thank
there's
you.
nothing else, we're on break till 4:30. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome back. We are at the point in our program that we truly enjoy, where we get to recognize some great students, great staff, and reach some resolutions. So with that, we will start with American Education Week. Who has that one? I'm going to guess one of you two. Okay. Before you read, though, Mr. Heil and Ms. Pipkin and Ms. Birch, could you come up front, please? You can stand up here. You can go turn around and look at them so they can see you. Okay, Ms. Pipkin couldn't be here. Okay. All right.
Resolution, Board of Education of Charles County, American Education Week, November the 14th through the 18th, 2022. Whereas schools are the backbone of our republic, providing young people with the tools they need to maintain our nation's precious values of freedom, civility, and equality. And whereas the mission of the Charles County Public Schools is to provide an opportunity for all school-age children to receive an academically challenging, quality education that builds character, equips for leadership, and prepares for life in an environment that is safe and conducive to learning. And whereas the cooperation and hard work of all education employees, parents, and community members and businesses involved in helping students achieve and keeping our schools safe is appreciated and acknowledged. And whereas the American Education Week highlights the importance of bringing together educators, school staff, parents, students, and communities in a unified effort to build great public schools. Now and therefore be it resolved that the Board of Education of Charles County urges all adult citizens of Charles County to come together as educators and volunteers business leaders, and elected officials, parents, and friends to continue to support the children in our community, and be it further resolved that a copy of this resolution be inserted in the minutes of the October 11, 2022 meeting by order of the Board of Education of Charles County, this 11th day of October, 2022. Dr. Maria V. Navarro, Superintendent of Schools, Michael Lucas, Chairperson.
I like that. Stand by for a picture, folks.
And for those of you that are not familiar with these two famous people on the stage, we'd like to introduce Sean Heil. He is the EACC President of Charles County Public Schools, and Ms. Sarah Birch. She is the AFSCME President, Local 2981.
Thank you, folks. All right. Next, we have the resolution for American Freedom Week. And accepting this resolution, we have some students here today. We have Army Cadet Second Commander Christian Kotvis. Is he here? There we go. Come on up. You're a 10th grader at Thomas Stone. We have Navy Cadet Lieutenant Commander Lance Iorio, who's a 12th grader at La Plata. Air Force Cadet Christina Hunter, who's a 12th grader at North Point. Not here, okay. And we have Marines Cadet Second Lieutenant, there we go, Kennedy Butler, who's a 12th grader at St. Charles. For my money, still the best uniform. It's a resolution. Board of Education of Charles County, American Freedom Week, October 11th, 2022. Whereas there are a number of days throughout the year that commemorate our country's history, celebrate our freedoms, and honor those who have earned the distinction of being called American veteran. And these days include Independence Day, Veterans Day, Bill of Rights Day, Memorial Day, Flag Day, and Constitution Day. And whereas Independence Day commemorates the July 4th, 1776 signing of the Declaration of Independence and is considered the official anniversary of the United States independence. And whereas Veterans Day, originally known as Armistice Day on November 11th, 1919, is the time to remember the sacrifices that men and women made during the war to ensure lasting peace. Whereas the Bill of Rights, adopted December 15th, 1791, is one of the cornerstones of American freedom. And whereas Memorial Day, established May 30th, 1868, is a day of remembrance for those who have died in our nation's service. And whereas Flag Day is a day of national celebration to commemorate the June 14th, 1777 adoption of Stars and Stripes and to encourage Americans to voice their allegiance to the nation and the flag. And whereas Constitution Day commemorates September 17th, 1787, when the delegates to the Constitutional Convention met for the last time to sign the United States Constitution. And whereas the Board of Education of Charles County recognizes that there is a need to promote and educate students about the importance and significance of American history, the people who have bravely served our country, and the symbols of our country's freedom. Now therefore be it resolved that the Board of Education of Charles County declares that the week of November 6th through 12th, 2022 be set aside as American Freedom Week in Charles County Public Schools, and that we continue the everyday observance and respect of these days through the daily activities that honor the flag, our country, and patriotism, as well as the teaching of our regular curriculum that promotes these days, people, and events throughout the year. And be it further resolved that appropriate activities be conducted in the schools to further educate our students and commend this observance to all our citizens. And be it further resolved that the Board of Education sponsor a special event to recognize American Freedom Week. And be it further resolved that a copy of this resolution be inserted in the minutes of the October 11th, 2022 board meeting. By order of the Board of Education of Charles County, this 11th day of October 2022, signed Maria Navarro, Superintendent of Schools, and Michael Lucas, Chairperson. Here, you guys can share that. Okay. So who is up next to introduce our students? I was going to say I didn't know. We've had changes, you know. So it is Dr. Gill. Future board member.
Good afternoon, Board Chairperson Lucas, board members, Dr. Navarro, and staff. Today, it is my honor to turn the spotlight onto several Charles County Public School students who have been identified by their school principals as exemplary student models in the areas of academic achievement, personal responsibility, and career readiness. Students being recognized this afternoon are Liana Berry, 12th grader from St. Charles High School, Leo Abramson, 8th grader from Benjamin Stoddert Middle School, Safia Bubertak, 5th grader from Dr. James Craik Elementary School, Adeline McCarthy, 5th grader from Malcolm Elementary School, and Katia Diaz Lopez, 5th grader from J.C. Parks Elementary School. These outstanding students will be recognized in this order by their school principals. Tamika Little, Principal, St. Charles High School. Erica Williams, Principal, Benjamin Stoddert Middle School. Jason Deal, Principal, Dr. James Craik Elementary School. Scott Hangy, Principal, Malcolm Elementary School. And Gregory Miller, Principal at J.C. Parks Elementary School. Miss Little.
Good afternoon. Thank you so much for this opportunity. It is with immense pleasure that I introduce Liana Berry as St. Charles's student nominee exemplifying personal responsibility. Liana is currently a senior at St. Charles. Liana is very hardworking and is taking an extremely challenging workload. While at St. Charles, she's taken over 5 AP courses, all while maintaining over a 4.0 GPA. Liana is also a student leader at St. Charles, holding the position of student government class president. Liana believes strongly in the importance of the arts and dedicates her time to the theater program at St. Charles, participating in several productions. Additionally, Liana volunteers at Port Tobacco Players. You may also recognize her work in her design that's been featured and painted on the new basketball courts in our county, showing her true dedication to the arts and our community. With everything else that she participates in, Liana still finds time to play volleyball for St. Charles's varsity team. As Liana plans her future, she looks forward to her next steps which will lead her from the halls of St. Charles to the school, to Savannah's College of Art and Design to study animation. Liana Berry.
Please welcome to the podium the principal of Benjamin Stoddert Middle School, Erica Williams.
Good afternoon. I am the proud principal of Benjamin Stoddert Middle School. When I asked my staff to share their recommendations for this year's Outstanding Academic Scholar, I received several nominations from teachers in each grade level, with one scholar receiving nominations from both former and current teachers. That student is none other than Leo Abramson. Leo is a phenomenal 8th grade scholar who never fails to show respect, act responsibly, and exercise his right to learn. Leo has earned Principal's Honor Roll for the past 2 years. He is an active member in the National Junior Honor Society, a talented musician, and a student ambassador. Even Leo's classmates recognize what a remarkable student he is. When I went to his class to announce that a Stoddert student would be honored today, his classmates guessed immediately who they thought was a deserving candidate. Leo, however, appeared totally shocked and had a huge smile once I announced his name. Behind that great smile is a remarkable young man destined for great things. Leo hopes to one day become an archaeologist and research ancient artifacts or become a zookeeper. He described himself as an animal lover who enjoys learning little-known facts and sharing them with others. When he's not planning his future careers, Leo enjoys soccer, watching anime, and playing video games. If you're wondering how in the world Leo makes time for video games while maintaining a 4.0 GPA, just watch him in action during class. Leo actively participates in each class discussion and takes pride in the work he produces. For him, it's not just about getting the work done, but doing it well. And when the school day is over, he enjoys his clubs and activities and hanging out with friends and family. He has established a great balance that allows him to work hard and play hard. It is therefore my pleasure to recognize Leo Abramson for his academic achievement and wish him nothing but success as he strives for excellence this school year. Congratulations.
Please welcome to the podium the principal of Dr. James Craik Elementary School, Jason Deal.
Good afternoon, and thank you for the opportunity for us to be here today. Safia Bubertak is a 5th grade student at Dr. James Craik Elementary School and is being recognized in the area of academic achievement. Safia has attended Craik Elementary School since the 2nd grade and has been on the honor roll ever since. She has been identified gifted and talented in both reading and math, but her favorite subject is math. Outside of school, she has been fortunate enough to have traveled the world. She's been to Italy, Egypt, and Algeria. Additionally, she studies Arabic on the weekends with a tutor, and she also knows a little bit of Italian from when she lived in Italy in 2018. Her wealth of knowledge is crucial for class discussions, as well as lending her expertise of other cultures to her work. Safia is quick to help her teacher and peers alike, and is a wonderful role model to her classroom. Not only are her academic achievements worthy of praise, but she was also a member of the Just Say No Club and has been doing competitive gymnastics for the past 2 years. Her sense of dedication, perseverance, and commitment to her goals are more than worthy for academic achievement recognition. It is with great honor to now present Ms. Safia Bubertak.
Ladies and gentlemen, the principal of Malcolm Elementary School, Mr. Scott Hangy.
Good evening. It's my honor and privilege to offer the name of Adeline McCarthy for recognition in the area of career readiness. Adeline is a 5th grader at Malcolm Elementary. She has been a student at Malcolm from pre-K through grade 2, was homeschooled during grade 3, and returned to Malcolm for grades 4 and 5. If you talk to any one of her teachers, they'll say Adeline is a very dedicated and hardworking student. Adeline will do anything for any person at any time. She is considering pursuing a career in education. When asked why she wants to pursue this career, she responded, "During the pandemic, I found great joy in teaching others." She has received recognition for academic achievement, earning Principal's Honor Roll, and demonstrating exemplary core values, earning Student of the Month awards. She plays school at home with her younger brother and stuffed animals. Her favorite subject is reading. She plays the violin in the Malcolm Orchestra, is a member of the Girls Who Code Club, MESA, and the math team. Outside of school, she's involved in gymnastics and piano. Adeline, congratulations.
And the principal from J.C. Parks Elementary School, Gregory Miller.
Good afternoon. Katia Diaz-Lopez is our nominee for Exemplary Student in Academic Achievement. Katia has been at J.C. Parks Elementary since grade 2. Probably the first semester, she earned Mightiest Mustang Award right off the bat for positive character. Throughout this time, since 5th grade now, she has consistently earned straight A's, and she had one of the highest individual scores on the grade 4 math team contest last spring. Katia was also on the all-girls Sea Perch robotics team last year, and now even this year, Katia has been one of the highest iReady scorers in both reading and math. She has begun this year seeking new ways to make a difference, whether it is on our safety patrol or this year or being a part of our school orchestra. She loves art and nature, enjoys school, and wants to be a doctor or an artist when she grows up. What strikes me even more about her than her varied accomplishments is what others say about her. Miss Jones, her grade 4 teacher, describes her as, quote, a ray of sunshine who constantly radiates positivity. She fills the classroom with her joy and her love for learning. She puts effort into every assignment, and she even helps others around her want to learn. She has a contagious passion for learning and is truly an inspiration to everyone around her. Katia is truly an extraordinary young lady. Mrs. Packard, her current teacher, describes her as, quote, a friendly and focused student. Not only does she come to school respectful, responsible, and ready to learn, but she also comes with inquiry, compassion, and joy. To have her as a student and classmate is to have an upstanding friend who is always willing to lend a helping hand to anyone in need. As a 5th grader, Katia is not only excelling academically, but also taking on new challenges and responsibilities as she prepares for middle school. With her passion for learning and strong work ethic, there is no doubt that Katia will continue to excel in all that she does. Katia says that her parents are her heroes, as they have always helped her and supported her in all that she has done. Yes, Katia, you are our hero, though, at J.C. Parks Elementary, and it is with great pleasure that I present you to the board as her recognition for her as our school's Exemplary Student of the Year.
Thank you very much, Dr. Gill. Boys and girls, young men and women in front of me, I look at myself when I was your age and I wonder, my gosh, how did I make it out? When I look at you and everything you do, you put me to shame with all your accomplishments. So congratulations to all of you. So we're going to start down the line here. I'm going to talk a little bit. I wrote down some notes as your principals were speaking. So Liana, I think I've seen you. I've been to a couple volleyball games. I think I've seen you out there. And you're involved with the Port Tobacco Players. How long you been doing that?
Since I was 7.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
So it's been a while. Well, good for you. You have that side of the brain, the arts and everything that I just completely lost on. So whenever I see people who can do that and play instruments, I'm constantly amazed. But I've no doubt you're going to be very successful. You're going to go to school in Georgia, correct? That is great, great. Well, I wish you much success, okay? We're going to come back in a second. You can say a few words. Leo, how are you, sir?
Good, how are you?
Good, good. Principal's Honor Roll, National Junior Honor Society, and the first time, correct me if I'm wrong, for people who've been on here a while, you want to be a zookeeper?
Yeah.
I don't think I've heard that one since I've been here. A zookeeper is a first, but that is awesome. And your principal said, and this is always such a great compliment, that you take pride in what you do, and that is so very important, to always put forth your best effort. And you like soccer. You got a favorite soccer player?
Messi.
Yeah, I heard of that guy. He's pretty good. Yeah, he's pretty good. Well, good on you. So congratulations. And where are you going to go to your next school? Do you know?
It's either going to be North Point or St. Charles.
Very good. Okay. Well, congratulations. Safia, how are you?
I'm good.
That's good. So you too, you were on the honor roll, you were on the math team. You've been to a lot of places, huh? Did you like them?
Yeah.
Yeah, I would too. And then you're involved in gymnastics?
Yeah.
That's great. Do you have what's your favorite event? Or do you do competition or you just?
I do competition and my favorite event is floor.
Awesome, awesome. Well, congratulations. Adeline, how are you?
Good.
Good, good. So, you two are on the principal's honor roll, and boy, I don't know how you have time to do all these other things. On Mesa, the math team, and Girls That Code, that's all done after school?
Yes.
Wow, that is great that you put the commitment into that. And your principal said that you would do anything for anyone at any time, and that's the quality of a great person. So thank you for doing that. And last but certainly not least, our future board member who was walking right up here, Katya, how are you? And you two have gotten straight A's, and good on you, and we like it too when you score real high on tests. That's a testament not just to yourself, but to the quality of teaching that we have here in the county. And you did C-Perch. I think that's a great program. Did you like that? Yeah. That's cool. Okay. And you want to be a doctor or an artist? Yeah. That's good. And another thing that your principal said about you is that you would help anyone in need. So again, that's just a great quality to have. So congratulations. Job well done. So we'll start back down here. And Liana, is there anything you'd like to say?
I would just like to say thank you to everybody for listening. It means a lot to have a group of people admire one's accomplishments, so thank you.
Thank you. It means a lot to us that you put in the work, so thank you very much. Leo, anything you'd like to say?
I would like to say thank you for the award and everybody who has helped me to get to this far in my life.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I'll wait 1 second so you can. There you go. Safia, how are you?
I'm so honored to be here right now. Thank you very much. A big thanks to all of my teachers for teaching and nominating me. Another big thanks to my family for always supporting me and believing the best in me. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Adeline?
Thank you for giving me this award.
Thank you very much, and you earned it. Well done. And Katya, how are you?
I'm good. I would like to thank Mr. Miller, my principal, for choosing me to represent J.C. Parks Elementary School here at the Board of Education. I would like to thank my mom, my dad, and my family for always being there for me. And I would like to thank all my teachers for giving me the knowledge I need to be successful.
That's awesome. Well, thank you all. How about a round of applause for all of you? All right. So now we have a couple little things for you, and we're going to take some pictures. So stand by. We'll come grab you. Thank you. Matter of fact. We'll go one at a time. I'll start and we'll go down the table. Come on up, we'll take a picture. All right, next we are going to recognize some outstanding employees. You can sit right up front, right where the kids were. They made you name tags, right? There we go. Okay. Yeah.
Good evening, Chairperson Lucas, Superintendent Dr. Navarro, board members, executive staff, colleagues, friends, and family. My name is David Shimizu from the Office of Human Resources. Today, we will acknowledge 5 exemplary employees. Our first recipient, Ms. Dana Clark, a special education instructional assistant in inclusion at St. Charles High School, is not able to join us tonight. She will be recognized at the November meeting. Our next exemplary employee is Mr. Kevin Clancy, a language arts teacher at Benjamin Stoddert Middle School. And we would like to welcome Principal of Benjamin Stoddert Middle School, Ms. Erica Williams, to the podium to say.
All right, good afternoon once again. I'm absolutely honored to celebrate an amazing member of our Stallion Nation and the immeasurable impact he's had on our school community. Mr. Kevin Clancy has been a dedicated educator at Benjamin Stoddert Middle School for over 20 years. He is by far one of the most humble and remarkable educators I've had the opportunity to serve with. When you enter his language arts classroom, you instantly notice how intentional he is about the task, questions, and feedback he develops for his scholars. He wants them not just to read, but understand the impact of a powerful sentence, the structure of a great essay, and the purpose behind an author's word choice. You can't just give random answers in Mr. Clancy's class. You'll need to justify your reasoning or prepare to ask clarifying questions. Mr. Clancy is masterful in getting scholars to recognize their potential and will settle for nothing less. In my years at Benjamin Stoddert, I've seen Mr. Clancy engage even the most reluctant learner in a way that leaves them empowered and even stunned at their own progress. If you've been around a while now, you've heard our scholars say, Mr. Clancy don't play. And they're right. He cares way too much to waste time. Whether it's a writing conference after a revision assistant assignment or a teachable moment during his legendary Friday word game, Mr. Clancy makes it his business to prepare his scholars to face academic challenges by promoting work habits applicable to all walks of life. And don't let the years of experience fool you. Mr. Clancy is definitely a kid at heart, poised and professional, and cooler than a fan. He is who teachers observe when seeking guidance on effective instructional practices and who we all affectionately refer to as the GOAT. Even outside of the classroom, Mr. Clancy continues to invest in our scholars. He has been a track coach, basketball tournament referee, cross-country coach. He stepped in to teach math classes, provided numerous mentoring sessions for teachers, and so much more. You've probably seen him jogging in the neighborhood in Waldorf, waving to our scholars, or running one of the local pools over the summer. Mr. Clancy is truly a champion for our community. It is therefore with great pleasure that I honor Kevin Clancy as an exemplary educator for Charles County Public Schools. Thank you for believing in our community and investing in our future leaders and scholars. Thank you, Mr. Clancy.
Our next exemplary employee is Ms. Samantha Crummell, a technology facilitator at Dr. James Craik Elementary. And we would like to welcome Mr. Jason Deal, principal of James Craik Elementary, up to say some kind.
Good afternoon again. It is my honor to introduce our technology facilitator, Ms. Samantha Crummell, as Dr. James Craik Elementary's exemplary employee. Ms. Crummell, otherwise known as Ms. K to her students, is a problem solver, team player, and a dynamic member of the Craik family. Her enthusiasm, love, and passion for teaching is evident in everything she does at Craik. I've had the pleasure of working with Ms. K for the past few years, and during my tenure, she has been a staple within the walls of our building, always willing to help and support our students each step of the way. If there is an event taking place, Ms. K is most likely one of the individuals on the planning committees to ensure students have the best educational experiences possible. Additionally, she advocates for her children by providing a voice to the students of Charles County Public Schools. Ms. K serves in a variety of roles and capacities on campus, such as being on the events committee, field day committee. She's assisted with our Veterans Day program, Black History Month activities, and she ran the Learning Center during virtual learning, just to name a few. She also supports ongoing learning through her participation in professional development opportunities, book studies, and peer coaching. A passionate and committed educator, Ms. K sets high expectations for each student. Her classroom culture provides a strong balance with student ownership of accountability, both behaviorally and academically, along with having a safe and nurturing climate where everything experienced is an opportunity for growth. Through her hard work and effort, her scholars continue to make gains each year. Her positive impact is felt throughout the campus and community. A colleague said, and I quote, "Ms. K is willing to help in all situations. She builds relationships with others and puts her heart and soul into everything she's faced with. I am a better person because I work with Ms. K." Therefore, it is truly my honor and privilege to introduce our exemplary employee, Ms. Samantha Crummell.
Our next exemplary employee is Ms. Katira Shorter, a first grade teacher from Malcolm Elementary School. We would like to welcome Principal Scott Hangey from Malcolm Elementary School up to say a few kind.
Good evening again. It's my honor and my true privilege to offer the name of Ms. Katira Shorter as Malcolm Elementary's exemplary employee. Ms. Shorter is in her 7th year in the classroom. Not as many as Mr. Clancy, but they're cut from the same cloth. She has served in exemplary fashion at Berry Elementary and at Malcolm. During her tenure, she has assumed leadership positions such as team leader, synergy coordinator, and co-chair of the PBIS committee. She continually presses the envelope of excellence within her classroom. She embraces the use of technology and mentors staff who need assistance. For example, Ms. Shorter trains staff to utilize Class Dojo for better classroom management, providing PowerPoints and one-on-one sessions as needed. She has also taken on the role of our school synergy point of contact. Her expertise in this role, has ensured that teachers are able to have questions answered in a quick and efficient manner. Ms. Shorter successfully coordinated the sessions of the Summer Boost program at the transition school site. She was able to meet the needs of those students, parents, and staff in the completion of summer learning for elementary students. Additionally, Ms. Shorter welcomes guests into her classroom to observe and freely shares her expertise with teachers both inside and outside of Malcolm. So it is indeed my great honor and privilege to introduce Ms. Katira Shorter.
Bless you.
Our last exemplary employee is Ms. Tina Fullerton, a special education SOAR instructional assistant from J.C. Parks Elementary. We would like to welcome the principal of J.C. Parks Elementary, Mr. Gregory Miller.
Thank you. Good afternoon again. So I would like to recognize today Ms. Tina Fullerton, who's in our SOAR program as instructional assistant. As you know, there are team leaders for teachers, and there are department chairs in the middle and the high school often. But as far as instructional assistants are concerned, who leads them? Tina Fullerton is our de facto instructional assistant mentor for all the other IAs in the SOAR program, the Achieve program, and whoever wants to take her expertise. She regularly trains them on best use strategies, using her many years of experience on how to work with special needs students, many of whom are nonverbal. While Tina has been with Charles County Public Schools for about 10 years, she has worked in many therapeutic special needs programs for about 30 years. She worked at the Gwynn Center before coming to Parks. She's worked in the ISII program at Gwynn and the SOAR and Achieve programs at J.C. Parks. Furthermore, Tina continues to grow in her capacity. Her ability to continue to learn is quite remarkable. She attends all county trainings. There are IAs and teachers alike who regularly come to Tina for support and suggestions. Tina works well and has special knowledge of students who are on the autism spectrum, using her many years of experience in order to affect change. Often, a staff member will come to me and I will say, go to Tina. And I know that she will be able to support that staff even much better than I. Tina often helps out with our many social functions. She regularly has contributed to the Christmas at Parks program, helping families get the holiday they deserve. This work takes a lot of time to prepare, and Tina is a big part of this. Tina is quite the talented artist. You should see her artwork. And she has hosted many paint nights at our school for staff, thereby helping to improve our staff morale. About 2 years ago, we did lose a fellow educator. Tina created a painting of a beautiful waterfall and butterflies, a theme that would go along with that teacher's wishes, and presented one copy to her family and another that was placed in the sensory room at our school, which is a room that was created and dedicated in honor of this staff member. Tina truly has a wonderful heart, and it shows every day with the children she serves. In fact, it is this heart and soul that distinguishes Tina from the ordinary human being. Imagine, I'll try to get through this, working with students who on occasion become aggressive, who have tantrums, and who cannot verbalize how they are feeling. And working with those students all day, every day. I could not do what she does. I've seen her in action, and I know it to be true. Certainly not with the smile and positive attitude that Tina always displays. She is a true asset to Charles County Public Schools, and I'm honored to present her to you today as our school's exemplary employee for the year.
Thank you very much to our principals, to Mr. Shimizu for introducing everybody. And I know I speak for the board when I say thanks to all of you for the great work that you do. It's just, I never get tired of hearing of all the great accomplishments and the dedication really that all of you put to your job. So I really appreciate it. So, Mr. Clancy don't play. That's what I heard. I like that. It was very evident when your principal spoke that you have rightfully earned a lot of respect at your school. And she kept using the word scholars. You don't have students, you have scholars. And just those subtle things, they go a long way. And you mentor people. Teachers come in and observe your class. And do you live near the school? Do you live in the neighborhood or?
No.
Oh, okay, I heard it. She said running around in Waldorf, so I didn't know if you lived near the school. But you know, the fact that you've been to that school and speaks a lot to your effectiveness. So just want to say thank you very much. Next up, Mrs. K. How are you?
Good, how are you?
Okay, that's great. I wrote if I could read my own writing here, the quote that your principal said, that I was a better person working with Miss K, and just what the greatest thing you say about somebody, that when you're around them, that it makes you better. You set high expectations for your students, and you participate in so many events around your school, and I just can't imagine, how long you been doing the job?
4 years.
4 years. So doing that through COVID, that just must have been a challenge, and that's putting it mildly. So thank you very much for everything you do.
Thank you.
Ms. Shorter, how are you?
Great. How are you?
I am very well, thank you very much. So what is a class dojo? I heard that. What is that?
It's a behavior management system. It's
Okay.
used, the kids get little monsters and they get points for all the like positive and awesome things they do throughout the day. There's a lot of child buy-in to it because they have their own little monster and they earn points, and you cash them in. And in my class, we have little desk pets, so they're like cashing in to get bigger habitats and like tablets for them and like beds. So it's just a whole bunch of like fun.
Sounds like it. And you are the synergy point of contact. And I think I noticed the superintendent when I first started working, one of the jobs they gave all the new people was making cables, right? And the joke was you didn't want anyone to know that you were a good cable maker. So you don't want anyone to know that you're the synergy person, because they're going to come to you all the time and you won't be able to get all your work done. So God bless you for doing that. And you did Summer Boost, and you welcome people into your classroom, and so that's great. And I can tell you have an infectious attitude. So thank you for everything.
Thank you.
And Miss Fullerton, how are you?
I'm fine.
That's great. Your principal, and when we talk about working with students and nonverbal students, the work that you and your peers do is just simply remarkable. And just thank you so much for that. You've taught several places in the county and outside of the county, and you hosted a paint night. So
Yes.
this is like just wing it paint, or is there numbers? I mean, how does that work?
No, we picked a theme. One year we did a sunflower, and what we did was we set up all the easels, and families could come and staff members could come, and we just demonstrated how to do it, but you actually had to do it yourself. We would come around and help you.
I would need a lot of help, as previously mentioned. So
No, you'd be
the arts-
surprised.
Well, again, I just want to say thank you again for all your work, and now give you the opportunity to say a few words. And we'll start here with Mr. Clancy. Anything you'd like to say?
I think my being here is really the fruition of the adage that rising tide raises all ships. I've been blessed just to have remarkable people around me. My admin has been in the building a few years now, and so they've had the opportunity to affect their vision and set the standards, raise the bar. My colleagues in the classroom are just remarkably talented. I literally have a college professor next door to me who just had his master's thesis purchased by the University of Tennessee to be published as a textbook. We have a Teacher of the Year around the corner. My English department chair has her literary work on the books on the shelves of Books A Million. We've had numerous math, science, tech, PE award winners. Along the journey, I've had my family at my side. So I've just been blessed to have so many people who are truly the rising tide of excellence. They're raising all the ships, even the old rusty ironclad anchored in the bay. So thank you, Ms. Williams.
Wow. And we're blessed to have you as part of our system. Thank you so much, sir. Really appreciate it. Ms. Kay.
Too long. Chairperson Lucas, Vice Chairperson Wilson, members of the board, and Dr. Navarro, I want to take this opportunity to thank you for the acknowledgement of exemplary employee for Dr. James Craik Elementary School. I'm honored to be here today to accept this award. As thank you, Mr. Deal, for the lovely words. I've spent the last 4 years working in the computer lab at Craik, but my connection to the school goes back much further than that. I was a student there, starting in 1st grade through 5th grade. So it's a joy being able to work in the same classrooms and walk the same hallways I did when I was a student there. In the past 4 years, I've been fortunate enough to work with some of the best administration, colleagues, and students who have impacted my life in so many ways. I wouldn't be here today accepting this honor without them, and I'd like to thank some special individuals. First, my administration at Craik, Mr. Jason Deal and Ms. Kimberly Harrison. Thank you for all you do for fearlessly leading our school and doing everything you can to ensure it is the best learning environment possible for our students. It is with much gratitude that I also recognize my former administrator, Ms. Michelle Beckwith. In my years at Craik, we have been so fortunate to have the leadership of these outstanding administrators. I'm so grateful to them for giving me this opportunity. I want to recognize my colleagues. They have taught me so much, and I continue to learn from them every day. They're vibrant, they're fun, they're hardworking and passionate, and I feel honored to be part of the school community, and I look forward to many more wonderful memories ahead. Second, my family and friends, the ones who show up day in and day out, who believe in me and support me through it all. They are my dream team. My brother, my aunts and uncles, my best friends, and most of all, my mom. She's my hero and my role model. She's my best friend and my biggest fan, and I would not be who I am without her. Last but certainly not least, the most important part of my job, the students, the reason that I do what I do. 4 years of teaching students ranging from pre-K to 5th grade, and I couldn't love it more. I've had the honor of meeting some really incredible kids. They're excited, motivated, inquisitive, loving, creative, and determined. I feel like they teach me as much as I teach them, and it's a true joy. I'm so grateful they give me the opportunity to be just a small part of their educational journey. In closing, I want to thank you again for this wonderful acknowledgement, and I want to thank you for all that you do for Charles County Public Schools. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Shorter.
I'm just going to start off by saying thank you to everybody that's at the top of the board, and thank you to my principal, Mr. Hangy, and my vice principal, Ms. Myers. In the 7 years of teaching, this is not something I expected, but I'm very glad to have, and I appreciate it. Through these 7 years, I've been in 2 schools, and every year everybody's like, how do you continue to do this? And it's the students. It's the team that I have in my building. I walk in and I feel like I'm at home, and I feel that they're showing me that too with this exemplary employee award, as well as, you know, just bringing me and motivating me, and everybody saying congratulations. Through these 7 years with these 2 schools, I've had many, many students, and they have tried me in many different ways, but every day we show up, and I am a better person for it, and I wouldn't be here without them. And lastly, I would like to thank my fiance. He puts up with the late nights, the coming home late, and dinner at 10 o'clock on the table, but without him and his support, I wouldn't be able to be up here as well. So, thank you all.
And Miss Fullerton.
Hi. I'd like to thank everyone who was a part of this committee. I'm honored to be here with the Board of Education Superintendent Maria Nevada and the board members, and my principal Greg Miller and Vice Principal Erica Watson. Many of you are likely in education in some way. I've had a mentor who influenced you. I had the benefit of having a father in education, and I wanted to model my life after him. He was a big influence in my life. He touched the lives of children in outdoor education and in science. I wanted to have the same influence and impact on children. I attended a substitute workshop taught by my father, and little did I know that I took my first special ed teacher's position at Spring Hill Lake Elementary. Little did I know that substitute teaching workshop would lead into 41 years. I'm still going at it. I was fortunate enough to have one of my students look me up on social media, and he wanted to tell me that he's now attending college. So making a difference, it really thrilled me to see that happen. That's just one example. I also take pride in including the education and including my colleagues and being a part of the school community. I enjoy helping others, mentoring others, and doing whatever I can to help. My father was a bright and shining light in this world, and I strive to be the same light to the children I teach and in anyone I come in contact with. I'm grateful for my career and all the people who have helped me shape it. I thank you for this award.
Thank you. So now we have a few things for you, and we're going to take some pictures, so just hang tight for a second.
I skimmed through it. Thank you.
I guess so. Setting a different precedent.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Congratulations. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Yep, there you go. All right, you're welcome.
Thank you.
Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you. Thank you. Very. Yes.
Thank you.
Congratulations. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for all that you do. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Group photo?
So individual.
Okay.
Yes, individual first. So y'all can sit.
Back down. It's a hard question.
Thank you.
Whatever you pick.
I don't have both of them.
Yeah, but mine are bad, so I'll go for them. All right, congratulations again. Thank you so much. You're welcome. Have a good one.
Carrie's here. Oh,
Give a round of applause if you could.
Nobody can move until all
Cheese.
All right, Kyle, we're going to go on break until 6 o'clock. Welcome back, everyone. We are at the time of our meeting where we have public comment. Mr. Schwartz.
I will read the rules for public forum. Speakers should identify themselves. Statements should be brief, to the point, and limited to 3 minutes or less. Board members should not be expected to respond during the forum to statements made by speakers. Statements should relate to Charles County Board of Education agenda items or any education-related topic with the following limitations. Personnel matters, pending or potential appeals, or the comments regarding the actions or statements of individual staff or the private lives of any individual are not appropriate topics. Proper language and decorum are required at all times. Our first speaker this evening is Carl Grebe.
Good evening. My name is Carl Grebe, as you all know pretty well, I think. I want to thank you for allowing me to voice my concerns. I think you all are going to know that this wasn't me that wrote this because you've heard me speak before. As a husband of a teacher in Charles County, I'm aware of the teacher shortages. I know that due to the shortages, principals struggle to find qualified individuals to fill empty positions. Many teachers are having to have new and unexpected roles. It's not my intention to disparage those who are filling in, having to learn a brand new curriculum or even new fields of study. It is commendable that they're stepping up. Having said that, I am concerned that specialized CTE program at North Point, in which my son is enrolled, is not living up to the quality of education expected in an STI school. Please look at the About Our School section of North Point website to find the following. The Science, Technology, and Industry program offers technical knowledge preparation for post-secondary education and development of employability skills through academic instruction and practical work experiences. In the Career and Technical Education section of the website, students should be able to earn college credits or industry certifications and have direct connection to further education in the workforce. My son is in his 3rd year of the Cisco program. The teacher scheduled to instruct the class resigned over the summer. The current teacher, according to her class website, is in her 1st year of Cisco ever and has returned after a 6-year gap. I get it. Someone's needed to fill the position. However, a specialized program such as CTE, so boldly promoted around the community, should be a priority. If Charles County Public Schools boasts, I'm sorry, lost my place because I looked up at you guys. If CCPS boasts a specialized STI program, they better be prepared to follow through. By the end of a senior year, my child should be able to earn college credits as well as gain certification in his field. As it stands, I have doubts that those expectations will reach fruition. I would like to know what is being done to ensure that this goal is met, which leads me to my next concern. I have tried repeatedly to get answers from the principal, the vice principal, regarding these issues, but have yet to hear from any of them. I have CC'd you as well, Ms. Navarro and Mr. Jones, with no answer. The CCPS handbook from page 31 specifically states, teachers' qualifications, parents can request the qualification of their children's teachers and any paraprofessional that is in contact with the student. Requests may be made in writing, submitted to your child's school principal. I've done that. The fact that I've not heard back from anyone is troubling. I ask that you please take the time to research and get back to me within 48 hours. Please do not be yet another person who leaves me with no answers and little respect for the leadership within Charles County Public Schools. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir.
Our next speaker is Tina Osborne.
Good evening. My name is Tina Osborne. October is Dyslexia Awareness Month, and I am here to be a voice, a beacon of hope, and a champion of change to fix this broken system to ensure that children like my 9-year-old daughter who struggles to read due to dyslexia are no longer ignored and made to feel like a failure when it is not their failure, but the failure of Charles County Public Schools for not properly educating students with dyslexia. How do we help struggling readers and children with dyslexia? 1, invest in their teachers. Train all K through 5th grade teachers in the science of reading. Children with dyslexia are in nearly every classroom, but effective reading instruction is not, and that is unacceptable. 2, implement Tier 1 structured literacy in every single K through 5th grade classroom. The goal should always be to make sure all students can read. 3, get rid of harmful practices such as reading recovery, Fontes and Pinnell, and balanced literacy, none of which are aligned with the science of reading. So what's the result if this is done? Well, research tells us that 95% of elementary students, regardless of background, are cognitively capable of learning to read when they receive sufficient, systematic, and explicit reading instruction. I didn't say 50% of students or 75% of students, but 95%. We should not be a district that waits for kids to fail and hit rock bottom before we step in and act. The only constant in life is change. And the change that needs to take place surrounding ineffective reading practices in this district is past due. The ability to read is a basic and necessary human right that calls for an urgent response. Be inspired by the words of Maya Angelou, who said, "Do the best you can until you know better. Then when you know better, do better." Do better by my daughter and every single child in Charles County Public Schools, because they deserve your absolute best. Thank you.
Don't start the clock till I get here. First, is that better? Can you hear me? Okay. First, I would like to give you your flowers. Speaking for myself as a parent of 3, 2 currently at Diggs, the school year I've seen the ways our school leaders and district leaders are trying to be more intentional in building partnerships with families and community members and providing the resources our students desperately need as we continue to recover from the pandemic. From the AAEEBB initiative, the Education Equity Task Force Committee, awesome parent liaisons building trust within the community, so shout out to Ms. Stephanie Rose and Ms. Velt, and reading recovery programs, shout out to Ms. Bowling at Diggs, Blueprint Conversations, and more. I also would like to thank our schools and district leaders for celebrating our Hispanic and Latino students this Hispanic Heritage Month. Cultural celebrations truly bring our learning community together and provide us all an opportunity to celebrate the beauty, richness, and benefits we get from being such a diverse community. I also came today to share that our parents need to see more when it comes to school safety. I know CCPS leadership understands the importance of school safety and the very real concerns and fears families and educators have. Though we appreciate being heard and look forward to the meeting on October 17th, let's acknowledge that we can do better. We make time for what's important, and concerns around school safety are not going to magically disappear if we don't start having timely, open conversations. We waited way too long from the last incident that happened at Westlake for this conversation to be initiated. Bless you. CCPS leadership has met in person countless of times with other stakeholders around school safety, and families shouldn't be treated any different. We ask the board and CCPS leadership to not forget that parents are important stakeholders too, and that we are concerned about school safety just as much as any other stakeholder, and we should always be brought to the table at a timely manner. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Edie McQuinn.
How do I do this? I don't like having my notes on my phone. Hi, my name is Eden McGuinn. Good afternoon, members of the board. Thank you for your time, most importantly. I was here last month to speak on the new rules implemented at the start of the 2020 to 2023 school year. And if you were present for that meeting, you might have noticed the lack of speakers on the topic, as you will notice tonight. But I would like to make it clear the overwhelming lack of support for these new rules. As of today, October 11th, since last Wednesday, me and a group of other students have been collecting signatures on a petition mainly circulating at Thomas Stone High School. As of now, we have 305 signatures in support of repealing these new rules and bringing back a newer, updated version of the former BYOD policies.
In the grand scheme of themes, 300 is not a large number, but I would like you to take a moment to imagine this room filled with 300 angry staff and students. Imagine their frustration with a system that served them now being taken away. As one of the wealthiest communities of color in the state of Maryland, we should be innovating like our county neighbors, not going backward. We are supposed to be preparing students for modern jobs where they will be using technology, i.e. phones. I would like to end this off with the story of one of my classmates. Through no fault of her own, but at the choice of her own family, she was forbidden to have a school laptop, despite begging teachers and staff to be able to have one. Her parents' main concern, they would not be able to afford if that laptop broke. Now she spends most of her 30-minute lunch period in a library trying to get done all the work she misses because she doesn't allowed to have a computer. And we don't have Cougar Time anymore because that was taken away. Think of students like her when you're making these policies. Think of students who have not received their laptop as freshmen and sophomores in mid-October. Think of the students who are impacted by these policies, not just the monetary aspect of it. Thank you so much for your time. Have a wonderful afternoon.
Our next speaker is Maureen Mears.
Good evening. My name is Maureen Mears. I am here this evening to invite you, administrators, teachers, community members, and families to an event hosted by the Reading League of Maryland. The event will take place on Saturday, October 15th. Whether you attend in person at the University of Maryland or log in via Zoom, you will benefit from the session entitled Roadmap to Reading, Tools and Tips to Implement the Ready to Read Act. Please attend to gain a better understanding of foundational reading skills, screening, analyzing data, and the requirements of the Ready to Read law. This event is Saturday from 9:30 a.m. to 12:30 p.m. For more information, contact the Reading League of Maryland. Find the event and registration at md.thereadingleague.org, or you can find it on Facebook at The Reading League MD. Why should you and others who care about reading, equity, teachers, and students attend this event? Because Charles County Public Schools can do better in helping all students learn to read. The current effort to bring the science of reading to the district should be commended. And thank you for finally removing the cueing strategies from the literacy section of the website. But what is the district's overall approach to literacy? The programs utilized by teachers and reading specialists have competing approaches and are often not compatible. The district's use of reading recovery and leveled literacy intervention is at odds with other purchases made by the district. The piecemeal approach hinders student achievement and can be confusing to teachers trying to help students. You have enlisted consultants to look at equity and other issues across the district. What would these consultants say about the state of literacy instruction in your district? How do we know that the district's reading programs and interventions in place are working? Where is the district's data? Why are students who start LLI in 3rd grade still receiving LLI in 9th grade? What does this say about the intervention? What are we doing to help students identified as dyslexic? What are we doing to help teachers assist dyslexic students and others who need support? What resources are available to students and teachers? Why are teachers spending their own money and time creating instructional aids to teach literacy skills? What can we do better to support the components of structured literacy instruction for all students? As a parent member volunteer of Decoding Dyslexia Maryland, I've been approached by parents and teachers seeking information on dyslexia. A recurring theme is that Charles County does not use the term dyslexia. Why is this still happening in 2022? There's a wealth of information available to parents and teachers, but it does not seem to be easily available to those in Charles County Public Schools, thus making Dyslexia Awareness Month necessary. For those who want more information, there are many organizations, websites, and podcasts that will be helpful. The National Center for Improving Literacy, Reading Rockets, Decoding Dyslexia Maryland and other state chapters, the Reading League and its state affiliates, and the International Dyslexia Association. Thank you for your time.
Good evening.
In recognition of Dyslexia Awareness Month, it is my responsibility to stand up and speak for those brilliant minds with learning differences that fall in this area. As the mother of a child with dyslexia, dysgraphia, and dyscalculia, I'm passionate about recognizing these differences and ensuring these exceptional children thrive. It is not a mere courtesy, it is actually the law. My child currently receives countless hours of compensatory education outside of classroom time because of this county's dropping the ball to recognize and address the different ability in my child. I'm not a fan of this type of forum, as many times it's the equivalent of talking to a wall. But if anything penetrates your conscience, I pray it is that basic Tier 1 intervention should and must be executed to prevent further delays in our children. Our children are our future. Cooperation from the county to ensure the success is essential. When people like the current Director of Compliance is sitting at a table combative and determined to ensure the lack of resources for our children, we're forced to question the motives of the entire systemic commitment to execute the Individuals with Disability Education Act in Charles County. Today, I ask this board to utilize the millions of tax dollars, grant dollars, and state education dollars to implement research-based interventions in early education to deliver decent education to Charles County children. We should be moving towards world-class education. I am a present parent. Lean in on the many people like me who want to meet for partnership and engagement for our children. Thank you for your time.
Chairperson Lucas, we have two signed up to speak virtually. First up to speak is Joseph May. Mr. May, you can speak at this time.
Mr. Mank, can you hear us?
Hello, can everyone hear me?
Yes.
Okay, I apologize, issue with the phone. First off, my name is Joseph Mank, and my comments I'll keep very brief. First off, I'd like to go ahead and stand in solidarity with Pascal Small when she was talking about school safety. That's what I'm here to speak about today. There's been some emails circulating around about different middle schools and actually other schools that are interested in inviting volunteers into the schools. The concerns I'm hearing from some parents and some educators is that we need to have a proper vetting process for these volunteers and also make sure that they're properly supervised when they're around our children. I'm not sure if the board or if the system already is working on something along those lines, but again, I just wanted to support what Pascal Small was saying on that matter and just making sure that there is going to be a system in place to make sure that any volunteers that are properly vetted and if there's background checks or whatever else that is deemed necessary to make sure our children stay safe. I also do understand that there is a need, it seems to be because we're having some shortage issues and some other issues in the schools, that for those volunteers. I'm actually one of those volunteers. I did some volunteering with Westlake when we invited the children or the students back on the first day. So it's to me, it's very important to make sure that everyone who interacts with our children has been properly vetted. That's all I have for the board. Once again, my name is Joseph Mank, and thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Mank.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. You pronounced it correctly. Hello, everyone. My name is Deanne Smyer. My children attend JP Ryan. My daughter Janelle recently was a victim of bullying at JP Ryan. I sent an email recently. Janelle came up with an idea for a support group as an after-school activity for her peers who have been the victim of bullying. It was a really fantastic idea that she had come up with as a means to cope with her experience, as an outreach as well to other students and to help other students who are experiencing anything like that as well. I emailed Kay Stubblefield a few weeks back with a template and a descriptive email about proposing this idea, because my daughter had taken it to the principal, and Ms. Barnett advised that it would have to go through the Board of Education. So I've yet to receive a response about that. I'm hopeful that I will receive a response. I understand that the board isn't expected to answer questions at this time, but I will forward the email again. I'm hopeful that I will receive a response, as it is important to Janelle. She is reaching out for support from her peers. She's still dealing with it. There was also another activity, after-school activity group idea that she had come up with in support of her fellow females in school. So again, just to partake in discussions, support, and activities like craft making, just any way to connect, communicate, and cope. So I'm hopeful that I will receive a response for that. If I'm incorrect, if this is not the procedure as instructed by Ms. Barnett, I would hope that someone would at least let me know. But again, like I said, I will forward that email to the Stubblefield email address. And I look forward to hearing something back soon. That's all I have tonight. Thank you.
And that is the proper address. Thank you. All right. Thank you, Mr. Schwartz. Action items. First item are the minutes. The chair will seek approval of the minutes for the September 13th executive session meeting.
So moved. Second.
Moved by Ms. Sable, seconded by Ms. Wilson. Is there any discussion?
Can't be.
Seeing none, sorry, it's executive, thank you. Long day. All those in favor, please raise your hand. Thank you very much. Next up is the regular meeting minutes of September 13th.
So moved. Second.
Moved by Ms. Wilson, seconded by Ms. Sable. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, please raise your hand. It's unanimous of those present. Thank you very much. Next is personnel.
Motion to approve.
It's motion made by Ms. Sable, seconded by Ms. McGraw. All those in favor, please raise your hand. That's affirmative of all those present. And finally, the FY 2023 Comprehensive Maintenance Plan.
Motion to accept the FY 2023 Comprehensive Maintenance Plan as presented. Second.
The motion's made by Ms. Wilson and seconded by Ms. Brown. Any discussion? Okay, all those in favor, please raise your hand. And that is unanimous among members present. Board will seek a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Ms. Sable, seconded by Ms. Hancock, or Mr. Hancock. You've been called worse. All those in favor, please raise your hand. Thank you. It's unanimous. Thank you very much, folks. Have a pleasant evening. That's it for us, Kyle.